3, 2, 1.
Thank you, Matt. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum, I'm calling this meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order at 10 a.m. on June 17th, 2021. This meeting is being streamed and recorded. I anticipate this will be a rather lengthy meeting, so I'll keep my opening remarks brief. After my remarks, I will offer the opportunity to each of my fellow commissioners to make opening remarks and then go through the agenda. First, I would like to thank the governor and both houses of the legislature for passing and signing the bill that extended some of the pandemic relief measures and thus allowing this meeting to be conducted remotely. I would also like to announce that this week the Cannabis Control Commission is recognizing Juneteenth, a national celebration of emancipation and liberty, commemorating the emancipation of slaves in Texas by Union soldiers shortly after the Civil War. Juneteenth is now honored with a state holiday, and apparently President Biden this morning signed a law making it a federal holiday as well. The commission will be closing its offices tomorrow, Friday, June 18th, in recognition of the celebration on Saturday. In the context of the celebration of Juneteenth, I want to reiterate that the commission remains committed to increasing inclusivity in the legal cannabis industry, and we continue to focus on how our decisions affect participation in this marketplace by those communities that have been harmed the most by previous marijuana prohibition. As I did last year, I encourage all who are watching today to keep holding us accountable as we continue listening, learning, and acting on our commitment to creating an equitable industry in Massachusetts. I would like to ask my fellow commissioners if they would like to make opening comments. Commissioner Camargo.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Camargo. Would you like to make any opening comments?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, there was a little bit of a delay. I would just say thank you for everyone the last week and a half that has we've prepared for this meeting today. So I just want to say thank you. Also, I had the opportunity this week on Tuesday to testify in front of the Cannabis Policy Committee, and I think it went really well. It was really great to see so many activists and advocates and community leaders and business leaders testifying in support of the social equity bills that are out there right now. So I just want to say kudos to, folks who showed up, and I hope that people continue to show up. And I know that as a commission, we value the mandate of equity, and I know that we are all in support of social equity. So I just want to say thank you. And yeah, I will leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Camargo. Concepcion, excuse me.
Sure. So I wanted to start off by commending Commissioner Camargo. I was able to watch your testimony on Tuesday before the Joint Committee on Cannabis Policy, and I wanted to really just state that I fully support your testimony in support of establishing a state-funded equity fund. I also wanted to take a moment to thank Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, for all of his hard work, not only with organizing our public meetings and everything that goes behind that, but also for keeping my colleagues and I informed on legislative developments at the State House and really organizing outreach on behalf of the Commission. As someone who spent a number of years working in the State House and has headed the Government Affairs Division at a state agency, I wholeheartedly understand the amount of work and effort that goes into keeping us all in the loop and keeping track of the ever-changing developments at the State House. With that being said, I did want to inform my colleagues here that we're currently in the process of developing a legislative strategy, which I hope we can unveil and share with you guys in the very near future.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll add to the acknowledgements of Matt and the staff. This is obviously, as everybody can see, a very busy meeting agenda, and I appreciate all the time they gave me in helping me prepare for this meeting. I will also commend my colleague for her testimony the other day. She has set the bar really high for the rest of us. But she did a great job again operating in this virtual world to be part of that meeting, and thank her for her work, and also thank Matt for all the support I know he gave her in preparing for that meeting. Mr. Chair, as you acknowledged, the Juneteenth holiday designation, a shout out to my old colleague on the Springfield City Council, Bud Williams, who is now a state rep and was one of the lead architects of the bill to recognize Juneteenth here in Massachusetts. So a special thanks for all of his efforts on that behalf.
Okay, thank you very much. If we could move on to the agenda, please, Matt. Thank you. As I mentioned, and as Commissioner Stebbins just reinforced, this is going to be a busy and lengthy meeting. We have 2 sets of minutes for approval. Thank you, Christopher Smith, ahead of time for your work in preparing that. The executive director's report will have the usual statistics on the state of the industry, but several other topics as well that we've asked the executive director to cover. We have 2 enforcement actions that we will discuss and vote on. I'll read at the time, but I just want to thank all of our enforcement staff as we get into these conversations. I think you will see there's an extraordinary amount of very detailed work that went into the reports and into the recommendations, and I just want to thank all of the enforcement staff that were involved in that. And again, I'll reiterate that when we get to this part of the agenda. We have a relatively large number of changes of ownership to discuss and vote on. We have a record number of renewals. As far as I was able to count, we are, for the first time in our history, in the 4th go round through the alphabet. I think we go up to quadruple N in terms of the number of renewals. So my acknowledgement and thanks to our staff for the hard work behind that. We have final licenses and a relatively substantial number of provisional licenses, so a lot of work. We have 3 topics for commission discussion and vote: a report on microbials. We have a draft of guidance on licensure that we will discuss and vote on. And we are going to discuss the compensation of our executive director. For that topic, the executive director compensation, we will go into executive session to discuss that topic, which is one of the grounds for going into executive session in a public meeting. We will then reconvene in public and vote in public as required on the executive director's compensation, and then we'll adjourn. So again, we'll go into executive session around executive director compensation, but we will come back into public session and adjourn from public session. That being it, we will, as I said, this is going to be a relatively lengthy meeting, so we will take several breaks. Given my proclivities, I assure you we'll have regular breaks. I ask each of my fellow commissioners anytime they would like to take a break, if they just raise their hand or send me a text. I will certainly honor any request for a break as we go into it. That being said, let's get started. The first agenda item are minutes from previous meetings. So before we go to the executive director's report, Matt, there are 2 sets of minutes to be discussed and voted on from previous meetings. The first of which is February 11th, 2021. Once again, my thanks to Christopher Smith for the arduous task of keeping up with these very lengthy and dense meetings. May I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had an opportunity to review the minutes from our February 11th, 2021 meeting? Are there any questions or comments or suggested edits? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from our meeting on February 11th, 2021?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the minutes from February 11th, 2021 by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Camargo, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. The next set of minutes for review and discussion and vote are from our meeting on March 11th, 2021. May I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had the opportunity to review those minutes, and do you have any questions or comments or suggested edits? Then could I ask Commissioner Margot, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from our meeting on March 11th, 2021? Commissioner Camargo?
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, sorry, my thing was stuck. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No
Second,
problem.
second.
No, I was asking you to make the motion, please, to approve.
Oh, sorry. So moved. So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approved the minutes from our meeting on March 11, 2021 by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Mr. Smith, are those the only minutes that are ready for discussion and vote at this point in time? Actually, I can't tell whether he's on or not, but I'll take his. I'll take it as that we're set, and I just want to again reiterate my thanks to Christopher Smith for his help on this, and to our Commission Secretary, Commissioner Stebbins. Thank you again for your leadership on this. Next up on the agenda is the Executive Director's Report. Mr. Collins, are you ready to go?
I am.
Right, thank you. Then please go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Commissioners, good morning. We'll start today, as we normally do, with some highlights from our overall Mass CIP, our licensing portal. Few highlights I want to just call your attention to here. You'll see that there's 47 applications that are awaiting their first review. This is a spike from months past, but there is an answer for that, which we'll get to next. 33 applications are before you for your consideration. However, the newest bullet here is that 91 marijuana delivery operator pre-certification applications have been opened, and folks are beginning to fill those out. Of those 91, 31 have actually been fully submitted and are under staff review. So those 47 applications that are awaiting their first review, this is a large portion of them. And by nature of the exclusivity period, those applications are either expedited or prioritized. So they jump the queue and hit the earliest part of our review. So this is a new license type that was just introduced in recent weeks. And it's really exciting to see that pent up demand that we knew was there, at least as a hypothesis, is actually coming true. So wanted to flag that 47 is not a lack of work from our staff, but instead is an influx of applications, and really a positive sign that there is interest in that delivery operator license type.
Any questions? Yeah, please keep going.
This next slide here is a really large high-level overview of our portal. You'll see that the majority of applications, or 6,739, are incomplete or have been withdrawn. To date, there have been 829 licenses that have been approved by the Commission and 65 delivery-only pre-certifications. Those 65 are the marijuana courier license type. We have not approved yet or considered yet any for the delivery operator license. That is an administrative process, so once staff is done reviewing them, if there's nothing to be reopened or additional information required, it would then proceed to me for approval. So that's something that'll be approved on a rolling, ongoing basis. As far as the withdrawn or incomplete, I'll make a note for you later in my presentation that this is a large data set. This application portal has been open now for over 3 years. This is going to be data that accumulates over time. We think we have a plan or an approach we'd like to take that could start to clean up some of this old incomplete data and really give us a better snapshot of what the true workload in this portal is. But I'll touch on that later in my presentation.
Thank you. Questions? Please keep going.
So this next slide here is a snapshot of licenses that have been approved based on their category. Again, you'll see the majority, 341, is that of a marijuana retailer, 250 for marijuana cultivator, and 189 for product manufacturer. which does represent the traditional supply chain. You'll also see there's 20 marijuana micro businesses that have been considered and approved, as well as 11 independent testing labs. This next slide here is where they stand as far as stage in the advancement process, or the flow of a license type. Again, as I mentioned, the 64 pre-certified, that also should include the one more for the delivery endorsement for micro business. The total provisional licenses is 442. Provisional approved is 96. Again, the only distinction there is the commission may have approved the license, but they have not yet paid their license fee. And 248 entities have actually commenced their operations to date.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Collins? Keep going. Go ahead, please.
This slide here is a bit of our internal workflow as far as how we review applications and where they may stand in the flow of our reviews. So as I mentioned at the outset, there's 47 applications awaiting staff review. We do get to those really quickly, usually within a number of days. As you may recall, certainly Mr. Chairman, you will recall the early days, that number was exponentially higher. So we've really got that under significant control now. And obviously we're bracing, as I'll touch on later in the hiring context, we're anticipating an influx of staff to continue making sure that we're able to get through that workload, and also continuing to support our existing staff that's working really hard, despite the circumstances of being remote. So 47 are awaiting review. We've reopened or required additional information from 166 applications. Third-party responses, we're waiting for 40 applications. Those are either the background check or a municipal response. You have 33 before you today. And to date, in total, this includes pre-certifications, the commission has considered 898 applications.
Thank you. Questions? Keep going, please.
This next slide is based on either general applicant, priority, economic empowerment, expedited, where those applications fall. You'll see that of the 1,184 applications, it actually represents about 659 separate individual entities. 259 have utilized the MTC priority status. 72 entities have utilized the economic empowerment priority status. 330 have utilized the expedited review, and 523 are general applicants. The right-hand table is based on what qualified them for that expedited status. 53 are license type. As a reminder, the license types eligible are micro business, craft cooperative, independent testing lab, and outdoor cultivation. 120 enjoy the status based on their social equity program participant status. 129 are identified as a DBE, which could be a women, minority, or veteran-owned business, and 28 have actually qualified based on two separate categories.
Thank you. Please keep going.
This next slide here demonstrates the status based on economic empowerment, social equity program, or DBE, and where they stand in the workflow or the flow chart of a license type. You'll see that there's 47 total economic empowerment applicants, 5 of which have commenced their operations, 99 total social equity program participants, 5 of which have commenced their operations, and 130 DBE, 19 of which have commenced their operations. So in total, across the board, those 276 applications represent about 30% of our overall license volume, 5% for economic empowerment, 11% for social equity program, and about 14% for DBE status. Overall, though, I think a data point worth watching and noting here is that 10% of those licenses, of those total licenses, the 276, have commenced their operations. So 90% of them remain somewhere else in the flow status of either provisionally licensed, final license. And so as they work their way through, obviously the goal and objective of our social equity mission is to get these folks open and operating. So there's plenty of work to do there, but work we'll continue to do.
Thank you. Hold on. Are there any questions or comments at this point? Okay. Go ahead, please, Mr. Executive Director.
So this slide is a lot. I brought it up at the last commission meeting. It is something that's typically included in our presentation, usually at the end of the PowerPoint deck as a typical data slide. But I think it's worth keeping in front of the commission and certainly the public as far as Commissioner Doyle used to describe this as kind of the pizza tracker of where folks are in the process as they make their way you want to get to the right-hand side of this slide, which is the commence operations. Some data points I just flagged for you is that in total, there's, for instance, 4 pending applications for a craft marijuana cooperative. 1 provisional license has been issued. So that's certainly a small sample, but you do have actually 1 before you for consideration today. So just wanted to flag that for your attention. The delivery pre-certification, you'll see that there's 65 that have either been issued a pre-certification. 1 micro business has a delivery endorsement. There's also 6 pending applications. So we're getting through that volume of work on a pretty regular routine basis. As far as independent testing labs, you'll see that 4 have opened and are commenced operations. There's also 7 that are provisionally licensed. So there's bandwidth on the way in that supply chain.
Given the importance of that, Mr. Executive Director, do you have any sense of how long it might take for those 7 provisionally licensed labs to commence operations?
Well, they've got to get before you for a final license first. Our inspection process is a little different as far as labs are concerned. We do have Genevieve Hall-Frisson, our lab and testing analyst, involved in that, as well as some folks on our investigative team. So they're working away. I'm aware of at least a number of inspections that have occurred, and we're actively working with those licensees. So work is ongoing, and I think that's, again, the 4 that are open, 3 of them at least were already somewhat operational in the space, so the turnaround is much quicker. These are folks that have either been building out, have built out, and do required inspection from us. So they're underway, and I'm confident they'll be before you for consideration shortly.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Sean, I interrupt you as you're going through all these data, so please keep going.
Sure, and I'm organizing my presentation on this one, just going down vertically the slides here. So next is marijuana cultivated. You'll see that 48 entities have commenced their operation. The data point that I'm intrigued by and most interested in is that 147 have provisional licenses. A cultivation typically requires a long and expensive build out. So that's something that, as the supply chain, there's 48 cultivators that are supplying the entire adult use market today. Again, continuing vertically down, you'll see that there's 141 retailers that have commenced their operations. So as that supply becomes in further demand, I'd like to see those 147 entities continue to advance through the supply chain. 26 have final license, so again, bandwidth and supply is on the way, but it's a matter of getting those facilities built out, which does tend to be time consuming as well as expensive. And so that's something that we're actively working on and thinking through, but it's really up to those licensees to continue their progress advancing through the licensing stages. Again, as I mentioned, this data was as of a few days before the public meeting, which is 27 delivery operator pre-certifications. Since that time, we've had a few more come in, which is what that discrepancy would be. There's 31 pending today. There actually might be more as of this morning, frankly. But that's, as you'll see, there's been 27 submitted as of the data that we pulled, and we haven't considered them yet. They're under active review from our staff right now. Again, on the product manufacturer, you see there's 45 that have commenced their operations, but yet again, 108 are provisionally licensed. So again, supply is available, and it's in the pipeline. It's just a matter of getting those folks advanced through the process. And again, you see 11 have a final license. And lastly, is I'll just point out that 1 on the marijuana micro business delivery, you see we have another application pending, but 1 has commenced their operations, which is news since the commission's last meeting. So this is it's a data heavy slide, but I think it does give a good snapshot of the industry, where it is, and where some of those supply and demand elements are maybe creeping up.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Please keep going.
This next slide is a bit of a legacy slide based on MTC applications. As a reminder, those applications are now in the portal. So any new applications for medical would be done virtually or through our licensing portal. Historically, these applications were paper-based and submitted manually. So you see here there's a total of 156 applications, but the majority, 149, have actually expired. On the right-hand side, though, it does show a bit of our progression through the licensing stages. 82 entities have commenced their operations. So, and these are vertically integrated entities. So they cultivate, they manufacture their products and they dispense to patients. So we're pleased to see that number creeping up. We'd obviously like to advance those 52 to final and those 6 finals to commence operations, but that's also an active process for us as well.
Thank you. Please keep going.
So that does conclude the slide data presentation. I'm happy to advance now if you'd like.
Let me just pause again. Given those data that were just shared by the executive director, any questions or comments? Well, for what it's worth, I like that data-rich slide, so I appreciate you including it and hope you do so in future reports. And it's really informative, so thank you for that.
Sure, it's insightful, and it's something obviously we continue to monitor. It's one of the values of having our data system that we do is that we're able to monitor and keep track of some of these things. So the next update for you based on the agenda is the social equity program update. The update I have for you is that we're really excited to be able to launch the next cohort of the social equity program. We're planning to release that application on June 21st. It'll be available through the Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. So folks that might be interested, I would encourage you to visit the Mass Cannabis Industry Portal. You can access it through our website, which is masscannabiscontrol.com. We're also planning to post an FAQ to that website in advance. So that way folks, if they have any questions, can understand what eligibility might be, what benefits come along with that program. I'll touch on some of it now. We did update the application to include, based on the Commission's most recent regulations, the 4th criteria, which does allow certain certified economic empowerment applicants to qualify for the technical assistance. We also, this outreach and review will be led by our incoming Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, which is another new development that we're excited about. And again, it's a nice synergy of timing here. We do expect that the coursework for cohort 3 will begin in the fall. As you know, we are actively, we're in an active procurement right now and actually reviewing responses to those bids that we did receive. So that's, again, things are coming together as we had planned, which is always nice. And lastly, it's just a note, so folks, to anticipate questions that may come up, folks don't have to successfully navigate and complete the coursework in order to be eligible for the benefits associated with that program. So once you are accepted into the social equity program, all those benefits that a program participant would be entitled to, including fee waivers, as well as access to the exclusive license types, which at this point is delivery, but also could be social consumption, is available to you upon acceptance, not upon completion. So that's an important note for folks that might be considering it and thinking, is it worth it or not for me? That's certainly a benefit I would encourage folks to consider.
Thank you. That's great news. Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, I had a quick question.
Sure.
You mentioned that the FAQ would be available before the launch date on the 21st, which I believe is
Yes.
Monday. Can you give sort of a anticipated timeline on when that might be available?
Yeah, and I'm sure the folks in our communications team are cursing me now. There is a draft that we are finalizing actively now. Obviously, as you noted earlier, we're closed tomorrow. So I think it might be a simultaneous posting to our website. The goal is to get it up as soon as humanly possible. So I'd say between the end of today and by Monday at the latest.
Okay, thank you.
So to your point, I think it might end up being a simultaneous posting.
Wow.
Other questions? Commissioner Camargo, did I see you raise your hand?
No, I was just gonna say, Sean, nobody curses in communication. They're not gonna curse you out, don't worry.
Not to my face.
Thank you. Let's keep going, please, Mr. Executive Director.
A few other updates here, some of which we've already covered in a way. Just wanted to confirm that delivery operator licenses did go live. They went live in the portal the night of May 27th, really available to the public on the 28th. As we noted, there's already been a significant amount of activity there, which is an encouraging sign. And obviously, again, proving true the hypothesis that there was pent-up demand for that license type. Also wanted to flag that we did issue the first commence operations to a micro business with a delivery endorsement. The micro business must also still qualify as a social equity program or economic empowerment applicant to qualify for that. It's exclusively available to those cohorts, but we did issue that on May 28th. Lastly, just a note for commissioners, as well as a bit of using the pulpit here to discuss that municipal outreach is underway. You may recall that deliveries can occur in the municipality within which the delivery licensee is located, as well as where retail sales are authorized and allowed. The last component of that is that it's also allowed in any municipality which, after receiving notice from us, has notified us that delivery may operate within its borders. In order to facilitate that, we did send notice to each city and town on June 7th, and Matt Giancola, our Director of Government Affairs and Policy, will be reaching out actively to those communities, and we'll be posting those notices, if received, to the Commission's zoning tracker on our website, so folks should check there for updates as we receive them. And that'll be a live update for us, so it once received, we'll post it there in regular intervals.
Thank you. Any questions? Please keep going.
This next update and the next few slides, in fact, are just an update, a usual standard update as far as our hiring and our activity. Something you'll see, though, is I just want to add some context as far as the volume of this and the amount of work that's going into actively building out our team. So we did build and add the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer role. Paul Clark, our new CTIO, was onboarded on June 7th. We are in the process now of finalizing each candidate for licensing specialist. We're actually hiring a total of 4 to that specific role, as well as the Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach. Those finalists have been identified and are in the background check, offer, and onboarding process, respectively. Other postings that have closed and we're actively interviewing and screening are that of investigators, which is around approximately 10 individuals. Executive assistant is approximately 2. Receptionist and office manager is a combined role for 1 individual, and then also program coordinator for community outreach, which again is a 1 individual. Two postings that we have live on our website and on Mass Careers right now are Associate Enforcement Counsel, which would be 1 individual, and 1 additional counsel, and to complement our 2 existing Associate Enforcement Counsels, and a research analyst, which would also be 1 individual. So in total, we're looking at 20 plus folks that are in the process of being interviewed, hired, or posting for, that all need to be onboarded. You'll also see that between March 2020, which we can describe as kind of the pandemic beginning, to now, we've hired and onboarded 20 full-time employees, as well as 2 temporary staff. Those temporary staff are assigned to our constituent services and patient support positions, just to make sure we're able to meet demand there, as well as, and we think at least successfully, you can let us know that we've onboarded 3 new commissioners. Again, we think successfully, but again, certainly welcome to feedback.
Mr. Executive Director, should we take a poll among our new commissioners right now and ask them whether they feel like they've been successfully onboarded or not?
Only you have votes. We do not. So
I think we'll pass them. They all seem to be smiling, so let's keep going.
And the reason I raised the, well, I do want to give you next some overview or some high level data. That brings our staff total to 71 employees currently. This does not include the folks that I just mentioned who are either actively hiring or onboarding, or we have 2 postings available. So that could bring us closer to the 90 plus employees once complete. Some high level demographics of those 71, 61% identify as female, 39% identify as male, and 39% identify as people of color. Within the management ranks, which constitutes 28 employees, 54% identify as female, 46% identify as male, and 46% identify as people of color. So demographics we're proud of, demographics we actively monitor and ensure that we are sensitive to, and I think really trying to make sure that our agency is representative of the Commonwealth. So, but again, something we'll continue to monitor and track and be intentional about.
Questions? Please keep going.
So I wanted to flag the onboarding that we've done since the pandemic, as well as the onboarding we will continue to do in the next month, 2 months or so, is because we're also thinking about our office space and what that looks like. We have been remote, exclusively remote, since March of last year. I informed our staff not too long ago that we would return no earlier than July 1st. Obviously, July 1st is soon and coming very quickly. Despite the fact that the pandemic is, from a public health emergency declared standpoint, over, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to make sure we can safely reacclimate ourselves to a space, a physical space. And candidly, I think our staff has proven that they're capable of doing this work in a remote environment successfully and productively, and most importantly, safely. So a few things that we're going to do before we make a decision when a return to office might in fact occur is, and one step we've already conducted, which is we surveyed our staff. We wanted to know how they're feeling. Are they prepared to return to the office? What would their comfort level be? Do they feel like they have the tools they need to continue successfully working remote? And then also just some open-ended opportunities for them to share with me and our leadership staff what they're thinking and how they feel. As I noted, we did onboard a significant number of staff during this remote work phase, which is a good thing. We've been able to successfully introduce folks to a remote virtual environment. And our staff has largely been productive, in fact, incredibly productive and responsive throughout the pandemic. As I've noted, since we went home back in March, over a year ago, the health and well-being of both our staff and the public is our first and foremost concern. And I would intend, before making a decision, but also while making a decision, to continue working with and conversing with our staff and making sure that they're engaged in this process, because it directly impacts them. I want to be considerate of that. And our space is something we have to consider. We have cubicles, we have workstations, we have offices, we have conference rooms, we have common areas. Our headquarters is also in the middle of a public train station. And so all of those are factors in our thinking and our decision-making process. And I want to make sure that we're similar to our hiring demographics, that we're as intentional as possible when making what we hope will be the right decisions. The other thing I'll note for our staff and for the commission is this might end up being iterative. We're going to learn from this exercise and not be stubborn about it. And so if there's something that we have to adjust or change, we'd be willing to do that, again, with the goal of keeping our staff safe. And as well as commissioners, for that matter. You have offices in our space as well. So I want to be considerate of your concerns and your feelings.
Any questions or comments? Thank you. I know this is an important and challenging set of decisions, Mr. Executive Director. I appreciate your diligence and your inclusivity on going through the process of thinking about this. Anything else in your report, Mr. Executive Director?
There's, I believe, 2 more slides. So wanted to flag for the commission that we did recently, as of Monday, extend some pandemic-related administrative orders. As I noted in the context of return to office, the public health emergency declaration has in fact been lifted by the governor. With that rescission, we tied a lot of our, actually all of our pandemic-related orders to the rescission, or whenever the pandemic was declared over by the governor, that these things would go away. 3 things specifically were the ability for a new patient to register to receive a certification through the use of telehealth, the ability of both medical marijuana treatment centers as well as adult use retailers to utilize curbside operations to conduct transactions, and lastly is for new applicants to conduct virtual community outreach meetings. Typically those were historically required in person in an auditorium, town hall type environment. We've decided, or I should note, I've decided to extend those through September 1st to allow for some transition time, to allow for folks that might have already made an appointment through telehealth to honor that and continue that, for folks to ramp down curbside operations. As far as the virtual community outreach meetings, at the time of at least Monday, the extension of remote meetings and the allowance through the open meeting law context was unsettled. So September 1st was the proposal included in the governor's legislation. I should note that since then, the legislature has enacted and the governor has signed an extension through April of 2022. My thought as far as the virtual community outreach meetings is to treat it much like a public meeting would be considered. And so at some point, I think we will extend that date to April 2022 to be considerate and consistent with the allowance for public bodies, including the commission or other selectmen, school committees, et cetera, to meet virtually through April 2022. So I wanted to bring this to the commission's attention. Certainly we'll invite any questions or concerns you may have about this, noting that it was done consistent with previous administrative orders. These were really modified versus issuing anything new, just the extensions of those dates.
Thank you. Are there questions for the executive director on these topics? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thanks to the executive director. I know he did a lot of work in terms of being prepared to communicate to our licensees when the emergency order was going to come down. I want to just speak specifically to the virtual community outreach meetings, which being a former local official, I know there are oftentimes complaints about access to meetings, especially for people who might be homebound or unable to attend in person. Mr. Executive Director, will obviously be following the statute extension. I guess my question is, are you and the team giving some thought as to obviously anything beyond that, assuming would require a change of our regulations?
Sure, that's a great question. And there's two elements here. Telehealth in particular is the regulations are clear as far as I'm concerned, which is that your initial visit and consultation must be done through an in-person visit. Renewals could be conducted through telehealth. So I don't view my authority as extending beyond the waiver process, which in essence, what the telehealth order and bulletin actually is a proactive waiver. But to be clear, providers that are using telehealth for those initial certifications should have and ought to have secured a waiver in order to conduct that. And so anyone that has not would be operating outside of the regulatory constraints. And it would be my intention to, once September 1st, 2021 rolls around, to allow that bulletin to expire. Because again, I don't view it as my authority to extend it beyond the existing regulatory scheme and structure. If the commission was inclined to extend that, certainly that would require and invite a regulatory process, but my authority in this instance is limited, and I accept and understand that. Curbside operations is largely the same. It's an interpretation, not a waiver necessarily, but it's an interpretation that is essentially the curb or the parking lot, whatever might be utilized for the pickup location, is viewed as the sales floor. And so there have been instances, for instance, where we do require that anyone in the vehicle must be 21 or over, and we require that anyone conducting the transaction, any licensee conducting that transaction, ought to confirm the identity and the age of any occupant of the vehicle. That is because, in effect, the vehicle is the extension of the sales floor. No one under the age of 21 would be allowed on the sales floor, absent their status as a pediatric patient accompanied by a caregiver. So these are things that we have actively monitored and considered, but it would be my intention upon the expiration, so September 1st, 2021, that curbside operations would also cease. Conveniently, and I think a component here is that we're also actively introducing delivery into our marketplace, and that's happening now, as with our most recent commence operations to the micro business with a delivery endorsement. There's also delivery couriers that are actively working their way through the licensing process. So by September 1st, there ought to be additional accessibility in the marketplace that folks could utilize. In the medical component or context, delivery is allowed. So I do feel that anyone that may have concerns about accessing medicine or product would have options available to them if they couldn't physically enter or weren't comfortable physically entering a store.
Commissioner Stebbins, do you have follow up?
No, I appreciate the executive director's thoughts on those first two bullets. Again, Sean, my question on the last bullet was extension of virtual community outreach meetings going to be on that April 22nd. I'm sorry, April 2022 extension that was signed into law. would that require a regulatory change on our part? If that drops, obviously there's been a lot of interest in even extending that or making it permanent. So I know we'll be watching that as well.
And apologies for not directly answering the question. I took the soapbox opportunity there. That is one I think we should explore. It's available now really through interpretation. So I'd want to review it a bit more to see if there was durability to that. Again, my objective in any of this is to really manage the pandemic and not step into the regulatory shoes. Certainly respecting your authority and your place here in the policy-making process. So I think it's something worth considering and talking through. I do think we've required some things in the context of the virtual community outreach meeting that are actually improvements on what would be an in-person environment, including, for instance, that they submit a copy of the meeting to the commission, that they also submit it to the local cable access, so anyone that couldn't make the meeting could still access it, and that they also require a independent moderator, that they accept questions in advance. And so all of those things I think are enhancements, or at least consistent with the spirit of the community outreach meeting, that the community can have their answers, their questions, answered. Returning to telehealth, I just want to, I guess, return to the soapbox. One of the elements of our bulletin also requires that providers be consistent and operate in a manner consistent with their professional obligations. I think there are some that are, obviously, and are mindful of that. We are not the Board of Registration of Medicine or Nursing. We do not license these providers. We register them with the program. But the concern that I've certainly heard anecdotally is that there might be some providers that are, again, as I mentioned, you need to secure a waiver from us to conduct those clinical visits and those certification visits, is that folks are actually spending meaningful time with patients, answering their questions, being available to them, spending time with them and answering any questions they may have, and educating them as to the medicine that they're about to certify them to access. This is an opportunity as well that I think providers and patients need to be mindful of, that this is not something that insurance covers, unfortunately, so folks are paying for these visits. And our goal is that folks are accessing, the statute in fact requires a bona fide relationship to be established. I think you do that through a meaningful, timely visit where time is spent and questions are answered, and not something that is done briefly or done in an urgent way. So I want to make sure that providers are understanding of that, and that patients are understanding of their rights in this process, that they have access to medicine and access to providers that are able to certify them to access that medicine.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, other questions or comments?
No, thank you. And, hey, it's your report. You can be on the soapbox. So the update on the other issues as well.
Commissioners Camargo or Concepcion, any questions for the Executive Director on this topic? Yeah. Thank you. Then I think you said you had one more slide, Mr. Executive Director.
Yes. So the last piece I want to just flag for your review, and I mentioned this at the outset of my presentation, and I'm now returning to it. There's actually more than 7,500 applications that are either withdrawn, have been withdrawn, or that remain incomplete. Now, granted, incomplete means that they may be actively filling them out and actively completing the applications. There are some, though, that are incomplete because folks have been dormant and have moved on. We would like to begin the process of reviewing those records and notifying applicants. We've consulted the Secretary of State's office from a record standpoint. Essentially, we would recommend and would like to begin closing some of those records to begin to more accurately display what the workload truly is versus these dormant records. So essentially a policy which I'll give a high level overview of it, is essentially if it's been dormant for 12 months, no one's logged in, there's been no activity on it, we would still send you a notice and say that if we haven't heard from you in a time certain, say 30 days, 60 days, it would be our intention to administratively close this record. So what you may see in future data reports, which is why I'm bringing this to you now, is that number may start to shrink as we actively undertake this effort. It would not be done without notice prior. So anyone that may get it, that may have a record, you don't need to run and keystroke anything right now. I would just simply, if it's been dormant for over a period of 12 months, we would notify you and say, we haven't seen any activity in this, it remains incomplete. It would be our intention by a date certain to close this record. So I just wanted to flag, in case you start to see those numbers dwindle, that would be the rationale as to why. It's really some housekeeping that we would like to do to begin to more accurately reflect and demonstrate the true workload before the commission. And lastly here is that, as the chairman noted, we are closing our office fully tomorrow, so patient lines or our constituent service lines will be closed, and wanted to make sure folks were aware of that in the event they did need us. Will be closed in observance of Juneteenth.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Sorry for stealing your thunder about announcing the office closing tomorrow. But back to the records review. For those that we do administratively close after notice, if we haven't heard anything back, are we going to retain in some offline setting those records and information, or is the intent to discard that information?
Everything's virtual, so there would be an archive of some sort. It will not be actively pending before us, but
that's fine. I wasn't questioning where, but we do intend to archive those records.
That'll be part of our planning process as to where that resides forever.
Thank you. Other questions or comments for the Executive Director? Well, then I want to thank you, Mr. Executive Director. That was very informative. A lot of topics. I think that gives a great insight into the amount of work, the amount of activities that our staff is working on. I am hopeful that we can bring on the new hires as quickly as possible, because I know people are working extraordinarily hard and productively. I just wanted to recognize that, including yourself, Mr. Executive Director. I truly appreciate the workload on your plate and your efficiency and good humor in dealing with it.
I take no credit. We have a great team. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Let's move on. The first licensure topic are two enforcement actions. The first of which is Sierra Naturals Incorporated. Mr. Executive Director, are you going to introduce this, or who will lead the discussion from the staff?
You have Jacob Nielsen available to you for the Sierra Naturals discussion.
Okay. Jacob, before I open it for questions and comments, are there opening remarks you'd like to make on this?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to you, Commissioners Camargo, Commissioners Concepcion, and Commissioner Stebbins. So the proposed final order and stipulated agreement before you is the culmination of investigative work that started in June 2020. So in June 2020, the Commission initiated an investigation into the entity Stock and Beans, which is an unlicensed entity, and its business relationships with licensed entities. One of those entities was Sierra Naturals. So one of the questions that might come up just off the top of your head with that understanding is, how did a unlicensed entity start working within our industry? So this goes back to a legacy document, the 2015 DPH Guidance on Transportation. And in that guidance, there's an item number 2, which allows the formation of a contractor relationship with licensed entities, with third parties, so that they can do transportation. That 2015 guidance kind of transferred over to the Commission with the transfer of the medical program to the Commission in 2017. So that's where we have this kind of legacy guidance that does allow for these types of relationships. So what occurred here is in 2019, we had Stock and Beans reaching out to the Commission to form these kinds of relationships with entities, one of those entities being Sierra Naturals. And how that process worked is they would reach out, ask for an inspection of the vehicles. Those vehicles would be inspected. We would meet with both the unlicensed entity, in this case, Stock and Beans, and Sierra Naturals. And the understanding from there is that the employees of Stock and Beans would be registered agents under the licensee. So here they would be registered agents under Sierra Naturals. So that is what occurred in 2019. And our understanding from how those relationships were supposed to work is that those those employees that are registered under the license would be only transporting that entity's products, in this case, Sierra Naturals. So now we kind of fast forward to June of 2020. So it's May, June, and July of 2020, where we have kind of an exceeding of this approval that was given by the commission. And what occurred here is that we have Sierra Naturals, which was giving approval to Stock and Beans to transport product for other entities under its license. And that's kind of where we flow into the first violation, which you'll see as 935 CMR 500-1032, which is that final license. And this was essentially the crux of the investigation, and it's really tied to that 2015 DPH guidance. As I said before, the approval that was provided by the former director of investigations and the executive director was that Stock and Beans would be transporting Sierra Natural products. What occurred in May, June, and July was Stock and Beans was now transporting products for other entities, and those are the 5 entities that are kind of contained within the tables that you see before you. And there was no affiliation with Sierra Naturals except for the license that was transporting it was a Sierra Naturals license. So as you'll be able to see in those metric manifests, in a lot of the documents provided to you, is that it was a Stock and Beans employee doing the transportation. It was a Stock and Beans employee doing the dispatch, a Stock and Beans employee as the passenger. And what was occurring was all of these transportations were originating from the Stock and Beans address of business. So what is presented to you and what the first violation is there are 5 separate approvals from Sierra Naturals to Stock and Beans to conduct these transportations. So that's what you see as violation 1. That then kind of flows right into the second violation under 935 CMR 105-13A2, which are all of the metric transportation manifests. And you'll see that there's 38 of those transportation manifests. And in each one of those situations, you have Stock and Beans employees transporting product for one of the 5 entities to somebody else. There's the only affiliation that we have there is it's under Sierra Naturals license, and it's 2 licenses. One is MP 281303, and the second license would be MC 281252. So that's how we get to the first 2 violations. The third and fourth ones are a lot more simple. Those ones are just the failure to register an employee under the appropriate license that is conducting the transportation. So here we do have 8 transportations from Sierra Naturals to other facilities, which is something that we did allow, we did approve. And in this situation, it was just the wrong license that was used on the transportation manifest. And because it was the wrong license that was used, the employee doing that transportation was not registered under the MC 281252 license, and as a result could not have been carrying its marijuana registration card. And that is what's required by those provisions of the regulations that are cited. So the proposed resolution that's before you was reached at the dispute resolution conference on April 29th. The fine that was agreed to is $295,000. I will note that this case is the first of its kind. There was no precedent set, so that number was reached through negotiation between both myself and the counsel for Sierra Naturals. And then you'll see that there's also affirmative action that we've requested from those entities. And that first one is requiring the licensee to submit to a 1-year probationary period where they're going to cease and desist that business relationship that they had formed with Stock and Beans. And then the second one is the rescission of the approval for use of those vehicles and the use of Stock and Beans employees. So essentially what the affirmative relief is looking towards is to kind of unwind these legacy approvals that are no longer necessary in our current environment, where we have the ability for entities to be licensed transporters, and we're kind of getting rid of that 2015 transport, or we have an eye towards removing that 2015 legacy guidance. The other aspect that I did want to point out to you is there is also kind of no precedence for this within the commission itself, and that's the language that appears in the document, which is neither admit nor deny. So while there is no precedence here in the commission, there is precedential value in civil and enforcement actions, and this language has been used by regulatory agencies such as the Massachusetts Attorney General's Office to resolve cases. Enforcement views this as a tool to give the commission some flexibility to resolve complex matters where reasonable minds may view the same facts and come to different outcomes, but still wish to resolve the matters short of a formal hearing. So what I do want to make clear, though, is that the language is based off of this fact pattern and the evidence that we have before you. We felt that based on these specific facts that we were comfortable with agreeing to and including this language, and that one of those factors was actually part of the legacy 2015 DPH guidance, and to the extent that it does or does not apply to the industry now. So the commission and the industry should not expect that this language will continue to be the norm or offered carte blanche. It is definitely unique to this agreement, and in most circumstances, it's not going to be extended to other enforcement actions or settlement negotiations, but it will be a tool that we can use moving forward. So kind of wrapping it all up, this settlement agreement really represents the culmination of months hard work by the Director of Investigation, Nomuksili Kumalo's team. Investigation Manager Tim Barwise and other investigations worked very hard on this investigation and did an excellent job. And really, without their due diligence, my job would have been that much harder. The staff stand behind this agreement and believe that the resolution reached is fair for both parties. I will note that with foresight, Sierra Naturals did take proactive steps in July of 2020 to end that behavior that Stock and Beans was engaging in and that they had approved or allowed Stock and Beans to engage in. And throughout the entire investigation, Sierra Naturals has been forthright and cooperative. We believe that Sierra Naturals and its counsel have acted in good faith during these negotiations, and together we were able to reach a fair settlement. We ask that the commission vote to approve this agreement.
Jacob, thank you very much for that excellent presentation, and just to reaffirm, all of the commissioners who obviously read through your investigative materials were deeply impressed by the amount of work and the diligence that went into getting to this point. So I just want to echo your thanks to the people that supported you, but also to thank you as well. Let me open it up to questions or comments from my fellow commissioners for Jacob or anybody else on the team. Are there questions or comments? Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Attorney Nielsen, for that breakdown and for your work and the team's work on this. It's clear that there's been a lot of thought, a lot of effort, and a lot of time that went into this report and investigation as a whole. I had two questions. One is in regards to the recommendation that we received, and another is in regards to the DPH guidance that you referenced. The first is, I wanted to ask you what kind of analysis went into determining the fine amount, and if the team believes that that's a sufficient amount to deter any kind of future infractions by this entity.
Absolutely. So I'll start on that recommendation. The analysis that was provided here goes down to what the regulations do allow. The regulations allow a fine of up to $50,000 per violation per day. So how we broke it down is we really viewed the first violation as the most egregious, as it was essentially a licensed entity stepping into the shoes of the commission and saying, hey, you Stock and Beans, you can do this, and it's kind of outside of what the commission had allowed. there was an option for Stock and Beans to do what it did legally, and that would have been for it to receive a license or to receive that approval and form those relationships with those other specific entities. But it didn't in this case. So that's why really you'll see the violation number 1 is the bulk of the fine. And moving down to 2, 3, and 4. 2, we have 38 instances of these actions occurring. So you'll see that kind of multiplies what the fine was that was reached on what would just represent 1 violation. And then 2 and 3 are much more minor violations. But again, all of this was considered and kind of kept within what the ultimate cap is per violation that the commission could impose. And we do feel, enforcement staff does feel, that the kind of resolution reached was fair for both parties, considering all of the circumstances, considering some of the complex aspects of this actual investigation, and kind of the regulations that were cited.
Before you get your second question, Commissioner Concepcion, are there any follow-up questions for Jacob on that particular issue? Then Commissioner Concepcion, do you have any follow-ups yourself, or do you want to get into your second question?
No, I don't. I think that was sufficient. Thank you, Jacob. The second question I had was in terms of the 2015 DPH guidance. This seems like it's a unique arrangement, and I was curious about the number of other arrangements that we have that are similar to this. If you have it, I understand if it might take some time to go back and get that information to me, but if you have it on hand, I'd be curious to know.
So there are some other arrangements. I believe some of those are identified in the actual investigative report by Investigator Barwise, and he did an excellent job of kind of tracking down and seeing where these previous relationships existed. We have already started the process of unwinding those relationships, but some of the other matters, they're just not before you yet. So I don't really want to speak too much or bring in other entities at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Camargo.
Thank you so much, Attorney Nielsen, for all your work on this. What does the 1-year probation look like? What does it look like?
So what the 1-year probationary period is really to do is to kind of effectively end this relationship. So that probationary period is really to kind of ensure that, one, the lease, because there is a lease agreement between Stock and Beans and Sierra Naturals, and we need to make sure that that has the opportunity to kind of wind down what we did actually approve. So during this period of time, we're really telling them, or what Sierra Naturals needs to be aware of, is that this relationship, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be allowed during this time, and really going forward, the relationships that they form with transportation, I guess third-party transportation entities, will be through the normal licensing process. So that's kind of the intent of the probationary period, and really it's just that notice that we're going to be keeping an eye on your manifest, an eye on what transportation is going to be occurring during this time.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question, please, Jacob? Stock and Beans is not licensed by the commission. As a result, we have no jurisdiction over Stock and Beans. But can you comment, or perhaps this goes to Sean or somebody else on the staff, if Stock and Beans were to apply for a license from the commission, what is the implication of this settlement?
I don't feel comfortable speaking on that right now, because that's, even though Stock and Beans is related to this matter, this is really Sierra Naturals licenses and that are impacted on this. You are right in that Stock and Beans is not a licensed entity. They do have an application, but it's not been complete. So I feel uncomfortable kind of expanding further.
No, Jacob, that's fine. Could I ask Mr. Executive Director, do you have any comments on that? And I understand I'm asking questions unrelated to the settlement that's being discussed, but I just have some curiosity about this. So, Mr. Executive Director, are you comfortable addressing this? If not, I completely understand.
I am and I'm not. I think to Jacob's point, it would be a matter of what comes in as far as the application. If one were to come to the commission, we'd review it at that time and take into account any disclosures that are made to the agency, as well as any past practice that we are either aware of or would be required to further investigate. So I think any activity that we're aware of is something that would be a factor in any recommendation that would ultimately end up before the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sorry for putting you both on the spot, but thank you. Other questions or comments from my fellow commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, just 2 quick points to ask Jacob about. First of all, obviously, with receiving a license from the Cannabis Commission also comes the expectation for any licensee to comply with all of our guidelines and regulations. Did you see anything throughout the investigation, your conversations with Sierra Naturals, that there was any level of just simple misunderstanding about our guidelines? And as you talked about this kind of, DPH guidance legacy that you're working through, anything that would suggest to you that that our licensee, I don't want to say it doesn't take our regulations seriously, but any demonstration of that type of attitude or behavior?
I don't believe that there was a demonstration of that attitude or behavior. I do want to reiterate that Sierra Naturals, they did take those proactive steps to kind of stop what was occurring. So whether it was intentional in the beginning or kind of maybe an oversight of what actually was occurring, they did stop that behavior from Stock and Beans prior to us really, kind of getting into the weeds. So we see that as them acknowledging, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this, and actually taking those steps to kind of remedy the situation beforehand. So again, I'll reiterate that they have been cooperative throughout this entire investigation, and even further, acted in good faith during negotiations. So I don't see any bad faith behavior on their part when it comes to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, second question?
Yeah, the other question, I think, is kind of building off Commissioner Concepcion's point of, how do we, as you talked about, Jacob, kind of move to disentangle some of these legacy relationships from the transfer of licenses from DPH over to us. Any other details or you can offer in terms of communicating that out to other MTC licensees, or making it aware to folks that might be under those licenses?
So I think this goes back to the investigative efforts of our director, Nomoxili Kumalo, and really her team. Tim Barwise has done an excellent job of finding where any of these legacy agreements do exist, and we are working through and unwinding these agreements because it's our position that these were always intended to be temporary agreements, and that during this time, the entities would be seeking licensure through the commission. So that's we are taking those steps to kind of unwind the guidance, and I believe we're also taking steps to kind of issue a guidance notifying the industry that this 2015 DPH guidance is intended to kind of come offline. We've had 2 sets of regulations that have since occurred from that legacy guidance. And we're really seeking just to clarify with the industry, this is what the expectations will be going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Camargo.
Chairman, I have a question, but I want to hold it till after I'm assuming we're going to vote on this. Is that correct?
We'll ask for a motion, but I want to make sure that there's adequate time for both questions to Jacob or other staff, as well as conversations among us before I ask for that motion. But yes, the intention is to ask for a motion and take a vote, but go ahead.
Okay, no, I want to ask the question after we vote.
After we vote, okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I will accommodate that certainly. Are there, before I ask for a motion, again, let me ask Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, and Stebbins, do you have any further questions for Jacob or staff, or any other comments before I ask for a motion?
Mr. Chairman, may I quickly?
I'm sorry, who was that? The Executive Director?
That was me. Yes, sorry.
Please go ahead.
If you don't mind, I want to build off of the conversation that Commissioner Stebbins and Jacob just had.
Sure.
Jacob touched on the unwinding of these legacy events as well, but also teased that the guidance document, the 2015 guidance document, seems to be the foundation upon which these agreements are built. And I think to Jacob's point about a good faith effort in a really an expansion or an extension of that allowance, it would ultimately be up to the commission to rescind any existing guidance document, just as you adopted it in the context of the transfer of the medical program back at the end of 2018. And so really it's, as we contemplate these agreements, it's the accountability is certainly on the licensee and any other licensee that would be leveraging it. But I do think that's credited to them in the context of this investigation, and any ultimate settlement that we did reach was in the prior existing exclusively medical program, there was no third-party transportation component. Right. There certainly is now, as well as the ability for any licensee to transport their own product as a component of their license. And Sierra is uniquely positioned in some ways in that they have both adult use licenses and medical licenses, as well as in the adult use context, a transportation license with an existing license. So I think all of those things were credited to them in the context of this investigation, but it would be my intention, and I'll share with you now, to bring that guidance document to you at some point in the future and ask for you to consider rescinding it to clarify this, and also send that clear message, and probably offer some time for a wind down to occur to give folks that opportunity. If you do have these agreements that you have noticed that they are going to end or need to end, but with a clear vote from the commission.
Yeah, thank you very much for that clarification. I think that's very helpful, Mr. Executive Director, and I've just made a note that we will bring this guidance to a future commission meeting for discussion and vote, and you and I can work on the timing of that. But thank you for that clarification. Again, I don't want to get into a vote until I'm sure that everybody's had an opportunity to raise questions or concerns. But are we set for me to ask for a motion? And then Commissioner Camargo, I will give you an opportunity to ask a question after the vote. Then could I have a motion, please, to approve staff recommendation for a settlement as described with Sierra Naturals Incorporated? Could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the proposed settlement with Sierra Naturals Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you very much. And again, Jacob, I know I'm reiterating what I've said previously, but my thanks to you and to the investigative staff for what I thought was a thorough, deeply diligent, and incredibly well done piece of work here, and for your explanation of it to the commission today. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, thank you. This may be for the executive director or for Attorney Nielsen, I'm not too sure, but just for educational purposes, the fine that was put on this case, or Sierra Naturals for that, where does that fine go to at the Cannabis Control Commission?
That's for the executive director. I think we'll let Jacob off the hook for that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's a good question. The fine is deposited to the Marijuana Regulation Fund. You may recall the Marijuana Regulation Fund is where all of the excise tax, license fees, et cetera, are deposited, as well as any fines that are administered or issued by the agency. So for clarity too, to continue on the explanation, we do not retain it. It is not something that we keep and enjoy. We are funded out of the Marijuana Regulation Fund. We are not, however, custodians and stewards of that fund. Everything in that fund is subject to legislative appropriation. So it does go to the Commonwealth. It goes to the Marijuana Regulation Fund, which we are a beneficiary of. However, we are not the custodian of. So there is no, if there's any concern, that there's no incentive for us to go and find folks and then keep and retain that money. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, that makes total sense, which is why I waited to the end. No, thank you so much. I think it's important for, the public to know and understand where these fines do go to and how they're administered. So thank you so much.
And also just to further drive the point home, is that statutorily, that's where the fines are required to go. It's not our election or our choice. It's where they're required to in fact go.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question and answer. It is 11:20 a.m. I'm going to suggest that we take a break prior to getting to our next enforcement action. Is a 10-minute break until 11:30 acceptable to everybody, my fellow commissioners? Yep. Then let's break until 11:30. I'll see you then. Thank you. Okay, it is 11:30. Can I have a check-in, please, from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Camargo, are you back?
I am back.
Thank you. I can see Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Stebbins, are you back? Commissioner Stebbins?
He needed a break for sure.
Wait, hold on a sec. Hold on, please. Commissioner Stebbins, you're back?
I am, sorry about that. It
Not a problem.
asked me to rejoin.
I thought that you were checking with your dog, make sure that your dog had no objections to you getting back online.
No, yeah.
Thank you. So we are back in session at 11:31. The next agenda item is Tilt Holdings Incorporated enforcement action. Before we get into this, two things. One is Commissioner Camargo, it is my understanding that you are recusing yourself from this matter.
Correct.
Is that correct? Then I believe what is required is that you shut off your camera and your microphone for the duration of this conversation. I'll get back to you as soon as we're done. Thank you. And Commissioner Stebbins, my understanding that you'd like to make a disclosure prior to discussing this?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. In reviewing some of the background and investigative material, I did come across the name of an individual somewhere listed as an officer with Vermont, which is one of the companies is part of this investigation. A gentleman named Mr. Lyman is somebody who I had the opportunity to work alongside, though in different departments over 20 years ago during the Weld administration. So I just point that out. I certainly don't think that that acknowledgement would require me to recuse myself from the discussion of this enforcement action.
Yeah, thank you. I also would like to make a few comments before we get started with the discussion here in the spirit of what Commissioner Stebbins just did. I'm aware of and sensitive to concerns that a reasonable person might have about my ability to render an impartial judgment on this matter, given the presence of emails sent and received by me that are part of the investigative record on this matter. So I'd like to address those concerns if I could. Throughout my entire tenure as the chairman of the Cannabis Control Commission, I have made it my policy to meet with whomever wishes to meet with me. I have met with many licensees and potential and actual applicants. These meetings have been a valuable way for me to get a deeper understanding of what is going on in the industry, to clearly communicate the Commission's policies and objectives, and to help ensure that the Commission is widely viewed as being accessible and fair. In this context, I met on several occasions with Alex Coleman, the former CEO of C. Hunter Tilt. I was particularly interested in learning more about his stated intention to provide capital to economic empowerment applicants as part of a broader business arrangement that would include management services and supply agreements. As anyone who has followed the commission knows, finding ways to bring capital into the market for economic empowerment and social equity applicants has been a priority of mine during my entire tenure. Mr. Coleman received no differential or enhanced access to me, nor any unwarranted privileges versus anybody else with whom I met. At no point did I have a personal relationship with Mr. Coleman. My relationship was solely based on my responsibilities as chairman of the Cannabis Control Commission, as evidenced by the fact that I never met with him before my appointment as chairman and have not spoken to him since he stepped down as CEO of Sea Hunter Tilt. While a few of our meetings were breakfast or drinks outside of normal business hours, this is a courtesy that I provide to anybody who wishes to meet with me given my busy workload during the workday. My feedback to Mr. Coleman on his proposed business plan was consistent throughout all of our meetings, including my response to the draft memorandum of understanding that he sent me. Specifically, I told him that while I found the idea intriguing, the devil was in the details. I would not render an opinion other than by formally voting in my role as a commissioner once a specific application was in front of the commission and after having had the opportunity to review every relevant contract between the parties. I told Mr. Coleman at that point that my concerns would be twofold. First, did the sum total of all the agreements between the parties give Sea Hunter Tilt effective control of the licensee in violation of our license caps? And second, was it a fair deal that offered the licensee the opportunity to make a reasonable living? After having considered this matter carefully and consulting with Commission counsel, I believe that I have no conflict of interest on this matter. Nonetheless, out of an abundance of caution, I have filed the State Ethics Commission Section 23B3 disclosure form titled Disclosure of Appearance of Conflict of Interest with my appointing authority, the State Treasurer, detailing all that I have just covered. This form can be accessed by any member of the public through a request to the Treasurer's office. Section 7 of the Commission's Enhanced Code of Ethics, which is more restrictive on the subject of conflicts of interest than the state's Code of Ethics, states that A, commissioners must recuse themselves from any licensing or registration decision in which a potential conflict of interest exists. And B, for all other matters where a commissioner or an employee's impartiality may be reasonably questioned, a commissioner or employee must either disqualify and recuse themselves and abstain from participating or voting on that matter, or 2, file the State Ethics Commission Section 23B3 disclosure form prior to participating or voting in the matter. As this is neither a licensing nor a registration decision, I have filed the aforementioned disclosure form and will participate in the voting on this matter. Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, who is going to lead the conversation on this?
You are joined by Associate Enforcement Counsel Andrew Carter.
Mr. Carter, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while.
I'm well, Mr. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. Anyway, it's good to see you. If you'd go ahead and give us your introductory remarks and overview of this proposed settlement, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, commissioners. I would like to give an overview of the stipulated agreement to discuss the applicable law, highlight of certain facts, and then discuss the stipulated findings and the stipulated remedy. The matter before us is a stipulated agreement between the Cannabis Control Commission and Commonwealth Alternative Care, CAC, or the respondent, and its parent company, Tilt Holdings. No person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than 3 licenses in a particular class except as otherwise specified under the regulations. And this is pursuant to 935 CMR 500 501.0 sub 1B1. The respondent, CAC, received a provisional certificate of registration from the Department of Public Health in 2016 for an MTC in Cambridge and also one in Brockton. The respondent received a provisional certificate of registration for an entity now identified as MTC 785 in 2017 from the Department of Public Health and a final certificate in 2018. The MTC is currently commencing operations in Taunton. Between 2017 and 2018, the respondent's then parent company, Sea Hunter Therapeutics, LLC, through its subsidiary, entered into management and service agreements and/or loan agreements with Ermont Inc., which holds a final MTC license, and Verdant Medical Inc., which holds a provisional MTC license. The respondent has also submitted applications for adult use retail licenses. The Sea Hunter agreements with the affiliates were drafted when DPH regulated the medical use of marijuana program in the Commonwealth. At that time, the governing regulation provided that no entity may directly or indirectly control more than 3 RMDs. The term directly or indirectly control was not expressly defined under DPH's regulations. The Sea Hunter agreements between Ermont and Sea Hunter allowed for Sea Hunter to own 100% of Ermont's debt and had the authority to control Ermont's cash flow through provisions in the loan and service agreement, the ability to influence the selection of Ermont's CEO and sole director, ownership of the master service contract through its subsidiary Cultivo as a condition of the debt purchase, ability to limit decisions through consent rights typically reserved for a board of directors, and for a limited period of time between late 2018 and early 2019, communications between Sea Hunter and Ermont revealed that Sea Hunter consultants were involved with the day-to-day operations of Ermont pursuant to the management and services agreement. In the Sea Hunter agreement between Sea Hunter and Verdant, Sea Hunter owned 100% of Verdant Medical's debt and had the authority to control Verdant Medical's cash flow through the provisions in the loan and service agreement, contract rights to undertake the build-out of a Provincetown location, own the rights of the master service contract through its subsidiary Cultivo, and limit decisions through consent rights that are typically reserved through the board of directors. In November of 2018, Sea Hunter completed a merger. The result was Tilt Holdings, the present parent company of the respondent CAC. In December of 2018, the Commission continued an investigation initiated by the Department of Public Health regarding ownership and control upon the transfer of the medical use of marijuana program. Beginning in May of 2019, Tilt's board of directors began the process of replacing executives from Sea Hunter with new management. In July of 2019, the Respondents Council informed the Commission that Tilt was making good faith efforts to unwind the pre-existing Sea Hunter agreements and that the former Sea Hunter management were no longer in leadership roles. In November of 2019, the Commission amended its regulations to clarify the definition of direct or indirect control. Specifically, the regulations include a clarifying definition.
Andrew, excuse me for the interruption. I'm wondering, could you turn off your camera? Your audio is breaking up, and I'm wondering if we turn off your camera, whether that would help.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Is this better?
So far, so I'm sorry for that. I miss watching your smiling face, but I think keep going. Hopefully this will be better. Thank you.
I apologize for my internet connection. I'm sorry. In August of 2020, Tilt provided the Commission with unilateral release supporting its intention to unwind all the affiliate agreements. In November of 2020, enforcement staff concluded its investigation with a finding that the active Sea Hunter agreements with the affiliates constituted a direct or indirect control relationship. In February of 2021, a conference took place between enforcement staff and representatives from Tilt, where Tilt disclosed that its board of directors had approved an agreement with a third-party purchaser to purchase Ermont's debt, and with respect to Verdant Medical, Tilt would release Verdant Medical from its obligations under the loan and security agreement to which it was a party. Later in February of 2021, Tilt submitted documentation evidencing the termination of its relationship with Ermont and Verdant Medical. Tilt provided the assignment agreement between Tilt as assignor and Tenio Capital Management, LLC, as assignee for Ermont's debt. Tilt agreed to transfer, sell, and assign rights, titles, interest, claims, and obligations under the agreement to Tenio. A former Sea Hunter executive, Robert Leedy, is a member with Tenio. Tilt provided documentation for Verdant Medical discharging obligations and released Verdant Medical's debt. In March of 2021, an RFI was sent to Tilt seeking clarification of the relationship between Tilt, the assignee, Tenio, and Mr. Leedy. Documentation was provided by Tilt, and enforcement staff concluded that Mr. Leedy owns a de minimis amount of publicly traded Tilt stock. Enforcement staff found no other relationship between Tilt, Tenio, and Mr. Leedy. Enforcement staff concluded that Tilt had successfully assigned the Sea Hunter agreements between Tilt and Ermont. The assignment agreement serves as the termination of the last connection between Tilt and Ermont. If, as the result of the assignment, there are implications on other licenses or licensee applications as it relates to the disclosure of a direct or indirect control relationship, that would be investigated as a separate matter. Enforcement staff concluded Tilt had successfully terminated its relationship with Verdant Medical that would be construed as direct or indirect control under 935 CMR 501.050. Tilt no longer has any control, direct or indirect, over Ermont as of February 2021. So, as it relates to the stipulated findings, in light of the promulgation made in the November 2019 regulations, the respondent stipulated that the commission could reasonably find that the respondent's parent company should have known that it exercised direct or indirect control of 5 licensed MTC entities before final termination of the affiliate agreements. 2 provisionally licensed CAC entities, 1 final licensed CAC entity, 1 provisionally licensed affiliate entity, and 1 final licensed affiliate entity. So for the stipulated remedy, in lieu of proceeding with an administrative hearing and subsequent proceedings, the respondent has agreed to the stipulated findings and has also agreed to make a monetary payment in the amount of $275,000 payable to the Cannabis Control Commission. In addition, the respondent shall submit to the commission any documentation required under the regulations or as further requested by the commission as it relates to the assignment of debt. As I conclude, I would like to thank our Chief of Investigations, Yao Jibi, our Director of Investigations, Noam Kumalo, our Investigations Manager, Eddie Guardiola, and the entire investigations team for their leadership. I would also like to thank the respondent and their counsel for their cooperation in this matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. And again, my apologies for asking you to shut off your camera. And I just want to emphasize, as I did with the previous discussion on Sierra Naturals, this was an extraordinary amount of work, incredibly detailed and painstaking. I have 5 pages of notes in my notebook based upon my review of all the materials, including several pages of incredibly complex flow charts to try to understand all the nature of all these transactions and relationships. So I am deeply grateful to you and to the investigative team for the work on this incredibly complex matter. Thank you so much, Andrew. May I ask my fellow commissioners, Stebbins and Concepcion, do you have any questions or comments for Andrew or the team? Go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Sure. So I'll start off just by echoing the chair and thanking our investigations and enforcement team for what is apparent to be a thorough, transparent investigation. It's evident from the documents that we've received that a significant amount of time and effort really went into this investigation. And like the chair, I've spent a number of days kind of combing over and getting a better understanding of what happened. So I thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the fact that a component or key component of the issue at hand was discussed at length during our May meeting. And I just wanted to take a moment to encourage anybody in the public who's listening, if you haven't already, to revisit that discussion, specifically as it relates to economic empowerment and social equity applicants. At that time, again, our staff did an amazing job outlining concerning investment proposals and really highlighting the resources that we have available. So I implore anybody that is going through or kind of reviewing what might be helpful in a similar situation to revisit that meeting. What I wanted to ask is similar to the question that I asked before in the previous investigation, and that's if Attorney Carter, if you can kind of provide us with a breakdown of how the fine was assessed and what sort of consideration was given to any kind of deterrence.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. To reiterate what Jake spoke upon earlier, the formation of a fine is outlined in our regulations. So we contemplated the amount of time and the nature of the violations, and in this instance, we negotiated a fine with the respondent of $275,000.
And I guess so. Just a follow up: was any consideration given to the size of the entity? Was that a part of the considerations?
I would say that the fine is based off of what the regulations outline, so up to $50,000 per day per violation, and then the nature of the violation. The other thing I would say is this is in line with a similar stipulated agreement before your tenure on the commission. There was a similar investigation also inherited from the Department of Public Health related to ownership and control and cap limitations. So this fine is within the context of a previous fine.
Thank you.
Of course, my pleasure.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick questions. First, a comment. I also want to thank Mr. Carter and the investigative team for spending some time with me this week to do not only a brief on the case, but again on the process. To that point, Andrew, I just want to raise it in the stipulated agreement. This is more for the public's benefit to having an understanding of the process, and also the overlay, I guess, with the Administrative Act. But there's terminology which talks about TILT accepting responsibility for the violations, and then in the stipulated findings, the terminology is used about a resolution of alleged violations. Can you just kind of give us the quick legal explanation why that language might be contradictory to each other?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So the stipulated agreement is in lieu of a formal hearing where evidence would be presented, potential witnesses, depositions, and then an independent hearing officer would act as the finder of fact and make determinations. The language in an IDR is the result of negotiated language back and forth between the counsel with the commission and then the counsel with the respondent, which is why in some instances it does appear that the language, not contradictory, but maybe slightly incongruent.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there now anything, it appears not, it appears that even with our vote today that CAC and its parent company TILT will be in compliance, which is where we want everybody to be. But just to confirm, there are no outstanding transactions or steps that need to be taken by CAC or TILT to find itself back in compliance?
No, the stipulated agreement is the final step in terms of bringing a licensee into compliance. Once we receive payment, there also is a continuing obligation as it relates to disclosures that need to be made by the commission as it relates to the transfer of debt as appropriate, but this is the final step to bring the licensee into compliance.
And just one more point, just to add on to Commissioner Concepcion's point, and Mr. Chairman, something you raised is that because many of these potential licensees have difficulty finding access to capital, it is certainly a task that, excuse me, a task that our investigative team needs to be mindful of, and I know they are, to look at all these unique relationships, structures. Mr. Chairman, as you pointed out, you had to kind of do a diagram to see how everybody was connected, because many of our licensees obviously don't have access to traditional sorts of business finance. So I appreciate the investigative team's work and ongoing work to kind of track these relationships and entities. It's what I think is certainly an ongoing challenge.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Before I ask for a motion on this, Commissioner Concepcion, do you have additional comments or questions? Commissioner Stebbins, you're okay if I ask for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I guess, given our last conversation, Mr. Executive Director, any other context you'd like to provide before I ask for a motion and a vote?
No, Mr. Chairman, just again, any fine would be directed to the Marijuana Regulation Fund. And we would, if it meets with Commission's approval, we would execute both agreements today and send them off to the licensee for their files as well as ours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Executive Director. In that case, Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on the stipulated agreement with Tilt Holdings Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the motion passed by a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo having been recused. Mr. Carter, welcome back on video, and thank you again for your hard work on this and the rest of the team. It's an extraordinary, complex undertaking, and you did a great job. You and the team did a great job of kind of not just digging into it, but also doing a great job of explicating it to the commission today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, commissioners, and I apologize for my poor internet connection.
That's okay, Andrew. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew.
Commissioner Camargo, you are welcome to rejoin us. If you could turn your video and audio on, please. Welcome back. Can we go to the next agenda item, please, Matt? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess 9 changes of ownership, more than we usually have, and some of them are pretty complex, so they're going to take some time. I am going to propose a little wrinkle in terms of how we do this. As my fellow commissioners know, as they've read through all the materials, the change of ownership for Cannatech medicinals and the change of ownership for Mayflower medicinals are very closely related with many of the same parties. It is my opinion that it's hard to vote on one without understanding the other. So what I am going to suggest is that we have a discussion on both Cannatech and Mayflower sequentially, and then come back and vote separately on the Cannatech medicinals and the Mayflower medicinals change of ownership request, but have both of the explications of the proposed transactions for Cannatech and Mayflower done simultaneously before we take a vote on either one, but that vote will be separate as required. Is there any objection to what I'm proposing? Then, Mr. Executive Director, who's going to walk us through first Cannatech and then second Mayflower?
From an executive summary presentation standpoint, I believe Kyle Potvin is available for you, and then any questions that may arise. I believe Nicole Trant is here. I think she would be available from the investigative team to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I don't see you yet. Are you on online?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
How are you?
I'm doing very well, sir. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Glad to see you. Is there? Would you like to make some introductory remarks first on Canatech, and then in a few minutes on Mayflower?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I guess to give just a general overview of what's occurring with these two licensees and the new potential persons and entities having direct and indirect control, I'll start off by kind of outlining the licenses that are affected here. For Canatech Medicinals, there's 2 adult use licenses and 1 medical marijuana treatment center license. For Mayflower Medicinals, there is 2 medical marijuana treatment center licenses. So now there are a total of 3 combined involved within these 2 change of ownerships, and 4 adult licenses. And as you can see, there are no cap violation limits between these 2 entities. On its face, there's 3 medical marijuana treatment centers, which is allowed for any person or entity having direct or indirect control. There will be a combined total of 2 cultivation licenses, a combined total of 2 product manufacturing licenses. As we know, both of those license types allow up to 3, and a total of 2 adult use retail licenses. Again, that license type is allowed to go up to 3 for any person or entity having direct or indirect control. There are approximately, I believe, 11 individuals that are gaining some type of ownership or control over all of these licenses, as well as 6 entities that will have some type of ownership and control that will serve either as management companies or parent companies, which our investigations manager, Catherine Binkowski, and also our investigator, Nicole Trant, can answer any questions that you or the other commissioners might have on the particulars of those entities or the individuals and their ownership and control interests under those licenses. With that, we do recommend that both change of ownerships be approved, and if approved, request that both change of ownerships for over all of those licenses be subject to the conditions before you that are outlined on the 2 separate executive summaries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I do have some questions, but let me defer to my fellow commissioners before I ask them. Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Concepcion, Commissioner Camargo, any questions before I ask the ones that I have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a quick question.
Mr. Stebbins, go ahead.
Sure, I know Mr. Potvin is aware we've been flooded with emails, I think from one of the previous owners or potentially a previous owner with regard to the ownership of these 2 licenses. Can you share with me whether you've reviewed the emails that have come into us even as early as this morning with respect to the contention around the ownership change?
I'm not familiar with any emails that had come in this morning, but you are correct, Commissioner Stebbins, that we have received numerous emails over the last couple of days, I believe since the posting of the public meeting agenda regarding the ownership and some potential interests of individuals in these companies and parent companies. I just outlined, and again, I would defer to our investigation staff that when we look at these ownership and control, change of ownership applications, we review them for compliance with the commission's regulations, first and foremost, and primarily to ensure that the regulatory and statutory license limits are not affected or not violated. That is where our review really starts and stops at that point. And there may be other implications, business decisions that stem from this because of the company's decision to either change their ownership or interest in certain companies. But most of those decisions outside of the ownership and control limitations are business decisions.
Can I, if you don't mind, Commissioner Stebbins, can I follow up? And this probably is for Ms. Trant, but I have 2 questions about this, at least. This is another one that I've got about 5 pages of notes and flowcharts on. One is that under this proposed change of ownership, Gotham Green will become, if I'm correct, a 41% shareholder through 6 entities that are all controlled by Gotham Green. And Gotham Green is also, and while you correctly pointed out that overall there will be no cap violations for the entities just mentioned, Gotham Green is separately a lender to Enterprises, which is the parent company of MedMen Boston. And they have, I think, one retail provisional and one application for retail. The relationship between Gotham Green and Enterprises is one of convertible debt, which is convertible at no sooner than April of 2022, and would result in Gotham Green, if they were to exercise their conversion rights, owning a roughly 55% stake in Enterprises. So my question for our investigative team is, first of all, is that an accurate statement that I just made? And two, I would like to understand the evaluation of that relationship between Gotham Green and Enterprises, as in the opinion of investigative staff, not constituting control. So
Mr. Chairman, I think we have Catherine Binkowski, the lead investigator on this transaction, by telephone. So
Great.
She is here, and then Nicole is also here with us as well. So you've got our two staff that study that issue available. So I invite Catherine, if she can both hear us and communicate with us, to answer those.
Be great. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Catherine, are you on? You can hear us?
I can. Can everyone hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Hello?
Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. Did you hear my question?
I did. So thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for welcoming this call. And thank you for taking the time to speak with me today, commissioners. So yes, there is a lending relationship with between Gotham Green Partners and Enterprises USA, which is the publicly traded parent company of MedMen Boston, which is the licensee holder in Massachusetts. Currently, MedMen Boston only does have one provisional license, which is an adult use marijuana retailer license. That is the only license they have right now. I would have to confirm with licensing. They may have an additional application in the pipeline, but there's been no decision made on that. Currently, the relationship with Gotham Green and Enterprises is one of a lender and lendee relationship. However, the managing member of GGP, Gotham Green, does serve on an approval committee that takes board nominations from the board and gives them to a shareholder vote. That relationship, in whether it is deemed indirect or direct control, would need to be handled in a separate change of ownership process when MedMen either applies for additional licensure or if that convertible debt is acted upon in April of 2022. There was a proposal put forward by some of the parties involved here, and it was made clear that the information that we're dealing with these changes of ownership were the information pertaining to Mayflower Medicinals and Canatech. So currently, right now, it appears with all the documentation we were provided, as well as all the cap tables and an interview conference that involved all entities and individuals, that currently, right now, there is no control being held. However, if we do count it as control, they're still within the cap limits by having 3 adult use marijuana retailers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you a second question, Catherine, in a second, but before I do so, Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any follow-up questions on that specific issue or any other commissioners?
I do not at this time.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
I just want to echo Commissioner Stebbins' comments in the beginning in terms of the numerous emails that we received, especially this morning. So I just want to let folks know that I know we all appreciate it and thank folks, and it's why we're here. And a lot of the, I think, information that was in the emails allows us to understand this process a lot better. So I just want to acknowledge. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that. And following up, then another issue that has come up and included in the emails, but one that we're aware of anyway. So there is a situation where there's a company named the Kronos Group, and my understanding is that one of the executives from Gotham Green Partners is on the board of Kronos Group, and it's my understanding that Kronos Group has announced their intention to invest in PharmaCann, which is the parent company of Verilife, which I believe has licenses to 2 dispensaries, if I'm correct. This was not in the report that the commission reviewed, and my understanding is that because this was only announced on Monday of this week. But Catherine, I appreciate any thoughts you have on this matter, which is brought to our attention as well.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Chairman. We were made aware that on Monday, a public announcement by Cronus Group was made that they would be gaining 10.5% ownership in PharmaCann, which, as you said, is the parent company of PharmaCannabis, which does hold 2 adult-use marijuana retailer license in Massachusetts. With this, an individual on the board is also the managing member of GDP, which you had mentioned. That would trigger an additional change of ownership pertaining to PharmaCannabis, as that would be subject to their current ownership structure that the licensee has. So that would be something that would be handled in a separate way. However, the announcement of the agreement stipulated that it was subject to regulatory approval in the states that the licenses operated within. So I would expect that would be handled at a later date in a separate change of ownership format.
Great.
But currently,
Thank
as
you
it
very
stands
much.
today, they don't hold that interest.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very helpful and clarifying. I have no further questions. Are there other questions from my fellow commissioners before we have discussion and vote? Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Stebbins, I cannot see you any longer, Commissioner Concepcion, so I can't see if you're raising your hand or not. There you go. And do you have any questions or comments? Commissioner Stebbins? Yeah. Then what I'd like to do then is ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Cannatech Medicinals Incorporated. Could I have such a motion, please?
Moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Cannatech Medicinals Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. In favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. I would like to stay, though, in the order that the agenda was posted, so we will go through B and C, and then we'll come back and have a motion and a vote on Mayflower Medicinals. So next up on the agenda is change of ownership for Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated. It is my understanding, Commissioner Camargo, that you you intend to recuse yourself on this matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thanks. And would you go through the process of shutting off your camera and microphone again? Thank you. Okay, Mr. Potvin, Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated change of ownership request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here requesting a change of ownership and control is Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated. They currently hold 1 medical marijuana treatment center provisional license. They're seeking to add 2 entities to that will be entities with direct or indirect control over this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. My understanding is this is a pretty straightforward matter where one of the parent companies of Commonwealth Alternative Care is just being replaced by another company, but all still controlled by Tilt. Is that correct?
That is my understanding as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from Commissioners Stebbins or Concepcion? Okay, and then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for change of ownership for Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Commonwealth Alternative Care Incorporated by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Thank you very much. Commissioner Camargo, please rejoin us with your camera and audio. Welcome back. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Holland Brands LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Holland Brands NA LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. They're seeking to add 2 individuals and 1 entity to this one license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Are there any questions or comments on this matter before I ask for a motion and a vote? Then Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Holland Brands NA LLC?
So moved.
Thank you.
Chairman, can you not hear me well?
I couldn't hear you until you cupped your mouth and said so moved. So
I'll sit up a little bit closer. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Can I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to change of ownership for Holland Brands NA LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated. I know we already had an extensive conversation on this, but before I ask for motion, any further questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Are you really, if you're that far away from my phone, I can barely hear you. I don't know what's going on, but I did hear your aye, but barely. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mayflower Medicinals Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up is Native Sun Manufacturing LLC. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Native Sun MFG LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control over 2 adult use licenses. They're seeking to add 2 individuals to this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. With that said, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for change of ownership for Native Sun Manufacturing LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Native Sun Manufacturing LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Native Sun Wellness Incorporated. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Native Sun Wellness Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're seeking to add 2 individuals to this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Before I ask for a motion, are there questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation for change of ownership for Native Sun Wellness Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded. Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Native Sun Wellness Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated. They're requesting a change of ownership and control over one adult use license. They're seeking to add 9 individuals and 1 entity to be persons and entities with direct or indirect control over this license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Before I ask for a motion, are there questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Nature's Remedy of Massachusetts Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Rise Holdings Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The licensee here is Rise Holdings Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 3 adult use licenses and 1 MTC license. They're seeking to add 5 individuals and 2 entities to these 4 licenses. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions or comments? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Rise Holdings Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Rise Holdings Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up is Tigertown LLC.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The licensee here is Tigertown LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control over 1 adult use license. They're seeking to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, request that your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. Before I ask for a motion, are there any questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Tigertown LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Tiger Town LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. I am going to propose to my fellow commissioners that this is a good break point before we start getting into the next category of licenses, which will be renewals. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Please,
Pardon?
please.
Please. Okay. And we've made some pretty good progress, but we have a ways to go. But I'm going to suggest we take an hour for lunch. Is that acceptable to everybody? Would you like shorter or longer? That was a thumbs up, right, Commissioner Concepcion?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll even be more generous. It's 12:24 p.m. Let's reconvene at 1:30. Is that okay with everybody?
Perfect.
Okay, so we are in recess until 1:30 p.m. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Got your batteries recharged there, Commissioner Stebbins?
Absolutely.
Good. Yeah, I needed that break. I'm sure we all did.
Hello, hello.
Welcome back.
Guys had a good break?
I was just talking to Commissioner Stebbins and I asked him if he got his batteries recharged, which I really needed that break. So
Same
accommodating.
here.
Got the dog around the block, whipped up lunch. It was great.
Yeah, I did the same. I did the same. My dogs were starting to whine because they were hungry, so I took care of that. And I took care of myself. You always got to feed your dogs before you feed yourself.
Yep.
Chair, I usually ask you what your prediction is for the length of a meeting. What's your prediction today?
Well, let's see. We're at 1:30. We've got to do renewals, finals, and provisionals. I would think that's going to take an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got the microbial report. We've got the licensing guidance. We've got Sean's comp. You know, my guess, we'll take another break, I guess, but my guess is 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Might be a little quicker than that. I don't know. But it's gonna be at least another couple hours. This is a long one. This is a long one.
Chairman,
I have to. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just gonna, I was gonna say more like 6 o'clock, but I like your prediction.
Well, you know, the thing about these predictions is that you all have a significant amount of control in terms of how it turns out. I mean, if you wanted to last till 6, Commissioner Camargo, you can certainly make that happen all on your own.
She might be all by herself at that point.
Yeah, I think the record, you know, back when we were going through the original regulations, I think we met till 6:30 one night. I think that was the record. This will not be anywhere close to that, but that was the record.
Chairman,
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's 1:31. I apologize. So we're live. Welcome back, everybody. How you doing, Mr. Potvin?
Doing very well, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good. Okay, so let us start with renewals. I want to just go through a couple of things here in terms of how I want to handle this. First of all, again, want to thank Commissioner Camargo for stepping up to play a leadership role in terms of how we think about renewals, particularly in terms of impact and diversity plans. So thank you very much for your leadership there, Commissioner Camargo. Before we get into it, are there any opening comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I'll just say, and I want to keep it brief, but I have so much to say about renewals. I just want to thank Kyle and Rebecca, one of our licensing specialists, who her job is to really review these renewals. And I've been, working with Kyle closely to get guidance and also just history and back information. But I just want to say there's a lot going on when it comes to renewals. I understand the capacity. I understand, at times what it is to run a business, small or big. And I want folks to be mindful of their renewals. I think when folks get their provisional licenses, they're running to be, get to commencement. When you're in the renewal phase, for folks who are open, and have been doing business for a few months, I think it's a little different. For folks who are just renewing and are not there yet, it's also different. But what I have found is that I know a lot of folks are using either consultants or lobbyists or, you know, someone to help them write some of these positive impact plans and diversity plan. There's a lot of duplicates when it comes to templates that are being used, you know, and may I remind folks that folks are responsible to upholding the mandate on equity, but also they have a responsibility to understand the community where they're in, the disproportionately impacted communities that are close to them or that they are working with, and understanding, you know, how they're giving back through their diversity plans or positive impact plans. You know, and I hope that at some point I can have some conversations with folks. I welcome the conversations, and I think Commissioner Concepcion said it earlier today. If there's folks who have questions, you know, reach out to our staff, right? Ask them questions. If you're not sure about something on your positive impact plan or your diversity plan, ask us. A lot of folks who have real old plans, I would say from 2019, and haven't updated them because they're still in the renewal process, but you have just, again, just, you know, be mindful. And I think the last thing I would say is that a lot of folks are uploading the wrong plans to the wrong section. Other folks have extra documentation. I appreciate people's efforts, but a 10-page document on your success that really doesn't give us too much information is not needed. So I would just say I've had a lot of fun reviewing renewals. I know there was about 72 of them this time around, but I will continue to look at renewals. And I think it's important to note your successes, even if they're small. And I know, Chairman, throughout the conversation for renewals, I will make some comments on some individual ones that have done a really great job. So thank you.
Again, thank you so much for your leadership, Commissioner. Actually, to respond to what you just said about comments, I'm going to propose that we do the renewals in 3 tranches. And by the way, I think you're underestimating. I think we've got close to 90 renewals. So the 3 tranches, as Commissioner Camargo just mentioned, she has both proposed conditions and comments on a number of them. So we're going to go through those that and allow those conditions to be made and allow give Commissioner Camargo the opportunity to make comments on them. We'll then vote on that entire tranche, and I'll make sure we're keeping track of what we're covering. Then we'll have a second tranche of all the other adult use renewals around which there are no requested conditions. We'll vote on that as a second tranche, and then the third tranche will vote on the medical renewals, if that's okay with everybody. So let's start with that first tranche, and Commissioner Camargo, please. I think I've transcribed everything correctly, but obviously correct me if I missed something. So the first renewals that Commissioner Camargo has requested condition are J and K, which are CNA Stores Incorporated. And the condition and your condition, I just want to make sure Commissioner Camargo applies to both of those renewals, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the 2 conditions that Commissioner Camargo has requested on J and K CNA stores are as follows. First, within 60 days, revise and update diversity plan from 12/17/2019. Second, within 60 days, upload correct document to section. So they added the apparently the disproportionate impact plan or diversity plan to the PIP section, and conversely, they uploaded the PIP plan to the disproportionate impact section or the diversity section. So that's CNA stores. The next that we're going to cover in this tranche is N DDM Sales Incorporated. And Commissioner Camargo, I believe you have a comment on this renewal.
I do. It's like you said, a comment, not a condition, but I really want to, you know, kudos to them because they kept it very real. And part of one of their goals was that they wanted to create a mentorship project. But due to not having the capacity right now and overstaffing due to a miscalculation, and overhiring staff required that they needed in the beginning, they weren't able to reach their goal. However, they updated us and told us, here's the plan because we didn't reach our goal. And I think it's important. So again, kudos to DDM skills for keeping it real and being honest, but still saying, hey, we're going to do this mentoring program. We're just not there yet. And I think that's key, because if you put it on your plan and you say you're going to do it, I hope you do it. We hope you do it. But if you can't get there, it's great that you are acknowledging it and that you're going to move towards it.
Thank you, Commissioner Camargo. The next set of renewals that Commissioner Camargo would like to propose a condition on are AA, double B, double C, and double D, which is HECA Incorporated. And again, your condition applies to all 4 of those renewals. Commissioner Camargo, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the 2 conditions that Commissioner Camargo is proposing on HECA Incorporated, the 4 renewals are: first, correct security plan letter in the positive impact plan section, and second, within 60 days, submit an update letter from Berkshire Interfaith Organization. Let me keep going. The next set of conditions Commissioner Camargo has requested are on 3 licenses, double N, double O, double P, which is Life Essence Incorporated. And the conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo on these 3 renewals are as follows, or just, I guess, one condition. Prior to next renewal, please submit separate positive impact plan and diversity plan to show goal and clarification under each individual plan.
Can I just say, Chairman, on that
please. One? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Life Essence Inc., they had a great plan and have picked some really amazing things to do in their positive impact plan and their diversity plan. However, you all created one plan for both. And may I remind people that a positive impact plan is different than a diversity plan. They should be separate. They should have separate goals, and they should be uploaded separately. So this one's very simple.
Okay, thank you very much. Next are 2 renewals from New England Craft Cultivators LLC, double X and double Y. And I believe you have some comments on these 2 renewals, Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, thank you. So for New England Craft Cultivator, I don't know if these things are public. I think they're public, but they had a very well thought out plan in terms of how they responded in their renewal. For us commissioners, as we've already said, we're reading through 90 something applications, and our team inside has to review even more, right? So I think that the more clear your verbiage is, and less is more, or less is better. New England Crafters just did a really, really good job of doing that, and they were able to give us their response. And what I love is that they put their answers in red, and it was so easy to see their progress. So great sample. People should reach out to them and talk to them about their plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next is Triple O, Tree Works of Massachusetts LLC, and Commissioner Camargo has both 2 requested conditions as well as a desire to make a comment. So the 2 conditions that Commissioner Camargo has requested on this renewal is: first, resubmit positive impact plan to exclude extra page with product details. And I guess there's only one condition. And the second, Commissioner Camargo, you'd like to make a comment on this renewal application?
Yeah, so Tree Works of Massachusetts, they have a great diversity plan. I don't know what happened to their positive impact plan. So they can just mirror their diversity plan, but they also included extra stuff that just was not needed. And I want to make sure that applicants are not wasting time doing extra work. So when they go back and look at this, they'll notice that they included so much information that was just not needed. So FYI.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Carter, just to be careful, those are the only conditions and comments that I have for you on renewals. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So again, what I'd like to propose is that we vote on a tranche of renewals that cover the ones that we just went through. So just to summarize, J, K, N, double A, double B, double C, double D, double N, double O, double P, double X, double Y, triple O. I would like to ask, please, Commissioner Concepcion for a motion to approve staff recommendation on renewals for those licenses, subject to the conditions requested by Commissioner Camargo. Could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved that roster of adult use renewals by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. You know, I just realized seeing your face, Mr. Potvin, I didn't give you a chance to get the glory of introducing this topic. Are there any comments you'd like to make before we go forward?
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and I no glory here. I will definitely defer to you. So please continue on unless you need anything from me, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. The next tranche or roster I'd like to consider are all the other adult use renewal applications that we have not covered or that are not subject to conditions or comments by Commissioner Camargo. And just to be precise, that those renewals are A through I, L, M, O, or LM, O through Z, double E through double M, double Q through double U, double W, excuse me. Double Z through triple N, and triple P through triple T. Those are the remainder of the adult use applications for renewals. I have no, there are no requests for additional conditions on those, so I would like to ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewals for that roster of adult use licenses. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the roster of staff recommended renewals with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The final roster for renewals I'd like us to consider are the medical and medical dispensary renewals. Those are on this roster triple U through quadruple R. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue or to approve renewals for those licenses? Commissioner Concepcion, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation for renewals for the roster being addressed by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Mr. Potvin, do we have any other renewals to be considered at this point in time?
No, we don't, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And Christopher Smith, I have notes on what was in each of these rosters, so I can help you prepare your minutes for this meeting, but thank you. Next on the agenda, we have final licenses. If we can get to that, thank you. We're going to do these in 2 tranches. Tranche 1 will be A, Cypress Tree Management. The second tranche will include all the others, B through J. My understanding is, Commissioner Concepcion, that you would like to recuse yourself from consideration of Cypress Tree Management Incorporated final license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, then you know the drill. Would you shut your camera and microphone off, please? Mr. Potvin, any comments on Cypress Tree Management application for a final license?
Nothing outside of the executive summary, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments or ask for a motion on this? Okay, then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a final license to Cypress Tree Management Incorporated?
I can make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Thank you very much for catching that, Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Incorporated, a final license, excuse me, to Cypress Tree Management Incorporated by a vote of 3 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Concepcion recused. Thank you very much, Commissioner Concepcion. Would you please rejoin us? Thank you. The next tranche for final licenses are B through J. Mr. Potvin, any comments before I ask for a vote on this? A motion and vote?
No additional comments at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me restate that the tranche is B through N. There's a second page of these. So I'm going to need, unfortunately, another motion, please, just to be explicit. So, Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation issue final licenses to B through N?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask a second to that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. I let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue final licenses to the roster described by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Mr. Potvin, any other final licenses to be considered at this time?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Next up on the agenda are provisional licenses, and I believe we've got, my math is correct, 33 of these.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to go through them one by one again, where there's co-location. We'll have one overview for Mr. Potvin, but separate votes. I do have a record of conditions that have been requested, so hopefully I'll catch them all, but if I miss anything, please raise your hand and I'll make sure I cover them. So the first two that we will consider for provisional licenses are ACMJ Incorporated, which is Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation, ACMJ Incorporated Product Manufacturer. They are both co-located, so we'll have one overview and then 2 separate votes. Go ahead, please, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is ACMJ Incorporated. The proposed location is 532 Main Street in Holyoke. They are seeking a Tier 1 cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests for conditions on these 2 licenses from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo has requested that the company resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring under MGL Chapter 96G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Commissioner Stebbins Condition is prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disabilities and LGBTQ residents. Are there any other requested conditions on these two licenses, or any other questions or comments from Mr. Potvin? Okay, then again, we'll do a separate vote on each of these two co-located licenses. I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ACMJ Incorporated, MCN 283322, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ACMJ Incorporated, MCN 283322, excuse me, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. Next, I'd like to ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ACMJ Incorporated, MPN 282023, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins. Commissioner Concepcion, could I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's register that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to ACMJ Incorporated, MPN 282023, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Bluminati AG LLC, Tier 1 Indoor Cultivation. I understand this is an economic empowerment applicant that was prioritized in the process, correct?
I believe this applicant is a general applicant.
Did I get that wrong? I apologize for that then. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Bluminati AG LLC. The proposed location is 574 Haydenville Road, located in Northampton. They're seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins, Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition. Commissioner Camargo requests a condition: resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring. And Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees to provide any updates. Are there any other comments or questions on this license or request for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bluminati AG, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Thank you. Let's register that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bluminati AG by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Charles River Remedies LLC Retail. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Charles River Remedies LLC. They're proposing to do business as Yamba Boutique. The proposed location is 31 Church Street, located in Cambridge. This applicant is seeking a retail license. And I think this is the one, yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. This is the one that I think you thought was an economic empowerment. This is an economic empowerment priority applicant because majority of the ownership is held, in fact, by an economic empowerment priority applicant. So they did get.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Potvin, and my apologies to the applicant. Thank you for straightening that out, though.
Nope, no worries. So this application did receive priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for an additional condition on this license from Commissioner Stebbins. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any other questions or comments or requests for additional conditions? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Charles River Remedies LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Charles River Remedies LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Cypress Tree Management Fenway Incorporated, retail. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Cypress Tree Management Fenway Incorporated. The proposed location is 1112-1116.
Excuse me, Mr. Potvin. My apologies for this. I just caught up with myself in my notes. Commissioner Concepcion, you've asked to be recused on this. So I guess she's already disappeared. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Potvin.
Thank you. The applicant again here is Cypress Tree Management Fenway Incorporated. The proposed location is 1112-1116 Boylston Street, located in Boston. They are seeking retail license. This applicant did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Commissioner Stebbins or Camargo, are there any questions or comments or requests for additional conditions?
Nope.
And then Commissioner Concepcion or Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Fenway Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cypress Tree Management Fenway Incorporated by a vote of 3 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Concepcion recused. Thank you. Welcome back, Commissioner Concepcion. There you are. Okay, we now have 4 licenses, and am I correct that these 4 licenses for Daydreams Estates LLC are co-located, Mr. Potvin?
I believe it's 3, Mr. Chairman, F, G, and H.
I'm sorry, that's my note. That's my note said that. I'm sorry, I apologize. It was 3. So F, G, and H are co-located.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then please go ahead with your summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Daydreams Estates LLC. The proposed location is 68 Sandusville Road, located in Sandusville. They are seeking 3 licenses: a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license, a Tier 3 outdoor cultivation license, and a product manufacturing license. To note, the indoor cultivation license and product manufacturing application were considered general applicants and received general review. The other license is being sought is a Tier 3 outdoor cultivation license. That did receive expedited review based on its license type being an outdoor cultivator. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of 3 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Putman. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo to place an additional condition on these 3 license applications, specifically resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring under MGL Chapter 994G Section 4 in Massachusetts. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on these licenses? Okay, thank you. Then we'll vote on each of them separately, starting with Daydreams Estates LLC, MCN 283415. Can I have a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Daydreams Estates LLC, MCN 283415, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up, Daydreams Estates LLC, MCN 283417. Again, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. Could I have a motion, please, Commissioner Stebbins, to approve the staff recommendation subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Daydreams Estates LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up is the last of the Daydreams Estates provisional licenses, MPN 282050, again subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. Could I have a motion to approve, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Daydreams Estates LLC, MPN 282050, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo, with a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is debilitating medical treatment centers. I believe these 2 applications are not co-located. Is that correct, Mr. Puffman?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So would you go ahead then with MCN 283486?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Debilitating Medical Condition Treatment Centers. The proposed location is 7 River Road, located in Whately. They are seeking a Tier 1 indoor cultivation license. This application did receive priority review as it is an MTC priority applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. On this license application, I have requests from both Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions. From Commissioner Camargo, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. I have 2 requested additional conditions from Commissioner Stebbins. First, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for LGBTQ residents. Second, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any other conditions requested by my fellow commissioners on this license application? Then I think we're up to you, Commissioner Concepcion. Would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to debilitating medical condition treatment centers, MCN 283486, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I get a second, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Mr. Potvin, next up is the second application from debilitating medical condition treatment centers for product manufacturing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant again here is Debilitating Medical Condition Treatment Centers. The proposed location here is 578-582 Meadow Street Extension, located in Agawam. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. Again, this application did receive priority review as it is from an MTC priority applicant. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo, my understanding is that the conditions you requested on the other debilitating medical condition treatment center license are the same on this license application. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Then could I ask for a motion? I think it's up to you, Commissioner Stebbins. Could I have a motion, please, to approve staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to debilitating medical condition treatment centers, MPN 282046, subject to conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion, Camargo, and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, Commissioner Camargo, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to debilitating medical condition treatment centers, MPN 282046, subject to additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, we have 2 applications from Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated. Since they're both retail, they are not co-located, obviously. So please go ahead with the first of these, MRN 283094.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated. The proposed location is 54 Mellon Street, Unit A, located in Hopedale. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive general review. Addition contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo for an additional condition on this license, which is to resubmit diversity plan to be satisfactory. It has 2 additional pages you can't read. Any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license application? Then Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green River Cannabis Incorporated, MRN 283094, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated, MRN 283094, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Pothman, is second application from Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated, MRN 283093. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here again is Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated. The location is 1815 County Street, located in Attleboro. They're seeking again another retail license. Again, this application also received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo to impose the same condition that she asked for on the previous Green River Cannabis Company application, specifically resubmit diversity plan to be satisfactory. It has 2 additional pages you cannot read. Are there any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated, MRN 283093, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green River Cannabis Company Incorporated, MRN 283093, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Green Valley Analytics LLC, which is an independent testing lab and therefore received expedited processing due to its type. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Green Valley Analytics LLC. The proposed location is 306 Race Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking an independent testing laboratory license. And as you did indicate, they did receive expedited review because of the license type they're seeking. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions or comments? I have no notes about requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there any requests at this point? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Valley Analytics LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Valley Analytics LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Greenbridge Technologies LLC, 2 applications which I believe are co-located, if I'm correct, Mr. Potvin.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Then please go ahead with one summary and we'll have separate votes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Greenbridge Technologies LLC. The proposed location is 18 Progress Avenue, located in Tinsboro. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Both applications did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for additional condition on these license applications, specifically prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. Are there any other conditions requested at this point in time or any other questions or comments? Okay, then again, separate votes. So Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenbridge Technologies LLC, MCN 283420, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask you to second that motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenbridge Technologies LLC, MCN 283420, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next, could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, could you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenbridge Technologies LLC, MPN 282054, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greenbridge Technologies LLC, MPN 282054, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Poffin, there are 2 applications from H&H Cultivation LLC. I believe these are co-located, if I'm correct.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Then please go ahead with both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is H&H Cultivation LLC. They are proposing to do business as Terra Vita Cannabis. The proposed location is 42-48 Main Street, located in Holyoke. They are seeking a tier two indoor cultivation license, as well as a product manufacturing license. Both applications did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions on these 2 license applications from Commissioner Camargo. Resubmit diversity plan to include more than just hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. From Commissioner Stebbins, I have a request for additional conditions, specifically prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. Are there any additional conditions requested at this time, or other comments or questions? Okay, then I think we're up to you, Mr. Commissioner Stebbins. If I could ask you to please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to H&H Cultivation LLC, MCN 283335, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo. Would you make such a motion, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to H&H Cultivation LLC, MCN 283335, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo. By a vote of 4 in favor, Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up is the second application from H&H Cultivation LLC, MPN 282022. Could I ask, please, Commissioner Camargo for a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to H&H Cultivation LLC, MPN 282022, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, and Stebbins and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, High Dune Craft Cooperative LLC, which is a craft marijuana cooperative and therefore was expedited by license type as well as the fact that they are women, minority, and veteran owned. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is High Dune Craft Cooperative LLC. They have 2 proposed locations to perform cultivation activities. Location 1 is 21-23 Old Bridge Road under the particular parcels that are listed in Truro. Location number 2 is 6 Pomslot Road under the specific lots that are listed also in Truro. Again, this applicant is seeking a craft marijuana cooperative license. They did get expedited review based on license type and also the classifications as a woman, minority, and veteran-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I'm not aware of requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there any at this point, or questions or comments? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Dune Craft Cooperative LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to High Dune Craft Cooperative LLC by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, unopposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, are 2 applications from Hydroflower LLC, and they are co-located, if I'm correct.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead then with both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Hydroflower LLC. The proposed location is 36 Canal Street, located in Montague. They are seeking a Tier 5 indoor cultivation license as well as a product manufacturing license. Both applications did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo for additional conditions on these 2 license applications. Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disability and LGBTQ residents. From Commissioner Camargo, resubmit diversity plan to include more than hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Are there any requests for additional conditions on this license, these 2 licenses at this point in time? Then again, we'll vote separately here. Can I ask, please, Commissioner Concepcion, would you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hydroflower LLC, MCN 283450, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hydroflower LLC, MCN 283450, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, none opposed. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hydroflower LLC, MPN 282060, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. What do you, hey guys, I am barely hanging on by a thread here. Don't make it hard.
We're
Trying to mix
pumping
it
a
up.
little energy into it right now.
Thank you. I actually could really use that, so thank you. I think it's my turn to vote. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Hydroflower LLC, MPN 282060, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, KCCS LLC, which is an expedited application based upon their status as a minority-owned business. Am I correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The applicant here is KCCS LLC. The proposed location is 26 Strong Avenue, located in Northampton. They are seeking a retail license. The application did receive expedited review as the majority of ownership is held by minority-owned individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for women, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and LGBTQ residents. Are there any additional requests for conditions on this license at this point in time? Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KCCS LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Commissioner, you made me nervous now about what I'm going to hear. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KCCS LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, is KG Collective LLC, retail. Please go. This is am I correct now that this one was an economic empowerment priority application?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is KG Collective LLC. The proposed location is 701-738B Mount Auburn Street, located in Cambridge. They are seeking a retail license. As you stated, Mr. Chairman, this application did receive priority review as the 100% of ownership is held by economic empowerment priority applicants. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests for additional conditions on this license from all 3 of my fellow commissioners, starting with Commissioner Stebbins. Prior to final application for licensure, identify specific organizations and supporting agreement documentation who will receive financial support under the Positive Impact Plan. From Commissioner Camargo, I have 2 requested additional conditions. First, prior to final licensure, contact Cannabis Control Commission Licensing Division to include letters for partnership activities from Women with a Purpose and Minority for Medical Marijuana. And the second condition, prior to final license, verify with Mass Hire Metro Center verify that Mass Hire Metro Career Center can partner. From Commissioner Concepcion, prior to final licensure, applicant shall amend his security plan to state that the appropriate law enforcement authorities and the commission shall be notified of any breach of security or other reportable incident defined in CMR 500.110. Are there any other additional conditions requested at this point in time?
Mr. Chairman, I think
yes,
I think my motion kind of reflects what Commissioner Camargo is looking for in the Positive Impact Plan. There were mentions of the supporting organizations, but I didn't like her. I don't believe she saw the supporting agreement documentation. So I think her motion covers mine, so I'm happy to withdraw my motion.
You'll withdraw your request. Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Stebbins. Are there any other conditions at this point in time or additional requests? Okay, then I'd like to ask for a motion. I believe it's we're up to Commissioner Concepcion. Could you please make a motion, Commissioner Concepcion, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KG? Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman?
So moved.
Wait, no, hold on for 1 second, please, Commissioner Concepcion. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
I think I have a second condition
Oh.
which might have slipped down into the next page.
Let's see, it might have been made it onto, I think what it is, yeah, it made it onto the next page, my apology. So before I ask for the motion then, so we have an additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins, specifically prior to final application for licensure, identify the difference between training and educational programs outlined in positive impact plan and diversity plan. Sorry, you should have put a note that said continued on next slide.
I'll do that the next time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, back to you, Commissioner Concepcion. Could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KG Collective LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion, Stebbins, and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Concepcion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to KG Collective LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo, Stebbins, and Concepcion by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Okay. We get to the next slide, please, Matt. Thank you. Next is Life Essence Incorporated. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Life Essence Incorporated. They're proposing to do business as Trulieve. They are seeking, their proposed location is 85 Worcester Road, located in Framingham. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo for additional conditions on this license application from Commissioner Camargo. Resubmit diversity plan to include more than just hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. And from Commissioner Concepcion, provide clarity on limiting hiring goal to non-executive positions. Are there any other conditions requested at this point in time? Any comments, questions? If I could go ahead, please, and ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Life Essence Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Life Essence Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. How you doing, Mr. Potvin?
I'm doing just fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, help me carry over to the end of this. We got another 8 or 9, it looks like. Next is M3 Ventures Incorporated, which is Tier 1 outdoor cultivation and therefore was expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is M3 Ventures Incorporated, proposing to do business as Triple M. The proposed location is 9 Collins Ave, located in Plymouth. They are, in fact, seeking a Tier 1 outdoor cultivation license, which led to them receiving expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bachman. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license. Are there any at this point in time? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to M3 Ventures Incorporated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion. Could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to M3 Ventures Incorporated by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thanks very much. Next up is Northampton Labs LLC, which is an independent testing laboratory and therefore was expedited based upon license type. Mr. Potvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Northampton Labs LLC. The proposed location is 320 Riverside Drive, Building 7, first floor, located in Northampton. They are seeking an independent testing laboratory license, which again did lead them to receiving expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. So with respect to this license application, I have requests from both Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo for additional conditions. First, Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. From Commissioner Camargo, I have a request for additional conditions, specifically resubmit diversity plan to include more than just hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Excuse me, are there any other additional conditions requested on this license at this point in time? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northampton Labs LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northampton Labs LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Richard's Flowers LLC, which is a micro business and as such was expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Richard's Flowers LLC. The proposed location is 296 Irving Street, located in Framingham. They are seeking a micro business license to perform both cultivation and product manufacturing operations. That did lead them to receive expedited review for this application. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions on this license. Commissioner Stebbins specifically has requested the following condition: prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for individuals with disability and LGBTQ residents. From Commissioner Camargo, I have a request for the additional condition: resubmit diversity plan to include more than just hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Are there any other conditions, additional conditions requested at this time? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Richard's Flowers LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Richard Slowers LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, is Royalty Group LLC, expedited based upon being a woman-owned business. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And please go ahead.
Thank you. The applicant here is Royalty Group LLC. They're proposing to do business as Tree Star. The proposed location is 5 Middlesex Road, located in Tinsboro. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license. This application did receive expedited review as it is a woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request for additional conditions from Commissioner Stebbins on this license application. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, identify specific organizations and supporting agreement documentation who will receive financial support under the Positive Impact Plan. And second, prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for LGBTQ residents. Are there any additional requests for, or are there any requests for additional conditions at this point in time?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I think you can remove that first condition. Upon
Okay.
further review of the application, I found the material I needed.
Okay, so then the only additional condition that you're requesting, Commissioner Stebbins, is prior to final application for licensure, identify any hiring goals for LGBTQ residents. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please then to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation, issue a provisional license to Royalty Group LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Royalty Group LLC, MCN 283240, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, are 2 applications from Sand Holdings LLC, which I believe are co-located. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And these are both of these applications were also expedited based upon the status as a social equity program participant, as well as a woman-owned business.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Sand Holdings LLC. The proposed location is 0 Hat Street, under the particular parcel that's listed on the executive summary, and that's located in Taunton. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license as well as a retail license. Both applications did receive expedited review, as at least 10% of the ownership is held by a social equity participant, and it is a majority-owned, woman-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of 2 provisional licenses subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Potvin. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on either of these 2 licenses. Are there any conditions requested at this point in time? Then, Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sand Holdings LLC, MCN 282372? Oh, I apologize. My apologies before. Yeah, I caught off myself. My apologies, Commissioner Camargo. There are. Let me just catch myself. Yes, so Commissioner Camargo has asked for an additional condition on these 2 license applications, specifically resubmit positive impact plan to include more than just hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. So let me ask again, Commissioner Concepcion, if I could do it the right way this time. Could I ask please then for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sand Holdings LLC, MCN 282372, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record sure that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sand Holdings LLC, MCN 282372, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. My apologies, Commissioner Camargo, for that oversight on the condition. I apologize.
All good.
Next, could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, could you make a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue provisional license to Sand Holdings LLC, MRN 282449, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sand Holdings LLC, MRN 282449, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. Next up, Mr. Potvin, Sierra Naturals Incorporated. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Sierra Naturals Incorporated. The proposed location is 827-829 Boylston Street, located in Boston. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. The commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests from Commissioner Camargo and Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this, additional conditions on this license application. And I also have a request from Commissioner Stebbins, if I'm correct, to have the opportunity to comment at that point in time. Is that correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I'm happy to comment after you discuss the motion. Or the
Okay,
conditions.
so the conditions that are requested, Commissioner Camargo, prior to final application, prior to final application for licensure, please clarify diversity goal number 2, ensure that at least 25% participants in our supply chain and ancillary services are committed to the same goals of promoting equity and diversity in the adult use marijuana industry. And from Commissioner Stebbins, his additional requested condition is prior to final application for licensures. It looks like it's the exact same condition requested by Commissioner Camargo. Oh, wait a minute. No, is correct? So I think that's the exact same condition. Is that correct, Commissioner Stebbins?
They certainly sound similar.
Yeah, they look. Let me read them both again, and then I'll ask the two of you to decide whether you'd like to withdraw one of them. So from Commissioner Camargo, prior to final application for licensure, please clarify diversity goal number 2, quote, ensure that at least 25% participants in our supply chain and ancillary services are committed to the same goals of promoting equity and diversity in the adult use marijuana industry. And then Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, please clarify diversity goal number 2, quote, ensure that at least 25% participants in our supply chain and ancillary services are committed to the same goals of promoting equity and diversity in the adult use marijuana industry. I think those are identical, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Do you guys want to vote on which one we should take? I'm going to make a. I'm going to
take Commissioner Stebbins. Take Commissioner Stebbins. I think it's going to match his comment afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. So when I ask for a motion, it will be just with Commissioner Stebbins' requested additional condition. But Commissioner Stebbins, please go ahead and make the comment you wish to make.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm looking at this condition and listing it obviously for clarification. You know, interestingly enough, the next provisional applicant on our agenda had the same language. Obviously, there might be some co-authorship going on. I think I understand what both applicants are attempting to lay out in terms of diversifying their supply chain. But from this language, it sounds like they're setting a bar of, their supply chain being committed to the same goals of promoting equity and diversity in adult use marijuana industry. I might argue that might be setting the bar too low if you're just looking for folks in your supply chain who are committed to those same goals. But I want to give both applicants a chance to clarify that, whether that means they're actually looking for part of their supply chain to be 25% diverse businesses.
I think it looks like you're getting violent agreement from Commissioner Camargo.
Not sure what that is. Old cheerleading.
You're absolutely correct, Commissioner Stebbins, and I think that we'll see it again in the next application. To my point earlier, some of these templates look the same.
Okay. Any other requests at this point in time for additional conditions on this license? Okay, then I would like to ask, and apologize if I'm not tracking this. I think we're up to Commissioner Stebbins. Could you please make a motion, Commissioner Stebbins, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the commission staff recommendation to issue provisional license to Sierra Naturals Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, and none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Potvin, is Standard Naturals LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is Standard Naturals LLC. They're proposing to do business as East Coast Cannabis. The location that they're proposing to be located is 7 Lyndhurst Road, located in Malden. They are seeking a retail license. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests from Commissioner Stebbins and Commissioner Camargo on additional conditions for this license. First, from Commissioner Camargo. Prior to final application for licensure, please clarify diversity goal number 2. Ensure that at least 25% participants in our supply chain and ancillary services are committed to the same goals of promoting equity and diversity in the adult use marijuana industry. And I believe that is verbatim identical to the previous condition. From Commissioner Stebbins, I have the same again. Prior to final application for licensure, please clarify diversity goal number 2. Ensure that at least 25% participants in our supply chain and ancillary services are committed to the same goals of promoting equity and diversity in the adult use marijuana industry. I'm going to suggest, since we took Commissioner Stebbins' motion request last time, we used Commissioner Camargo's on this, but Commissioner Stebbins also has an additional requested condition, which is prior to final application for licensure, identify disproportionately impacted communities for cleanup programs as presented in the positive impact plan.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I would suggest you.
I'm just going to get that. I also have a note that you'd like to. Pardon?
Oops, sorry.
No, I have a note that you wish to make a comment as well, Commissioner Stebbins.
No, it was just to reflect on the comments I made during our discussion about the previous applicant. In that second condition of mine, you can remove. I went back to their positive impact plan. They have identified the community for their cleanup program.
Fine. So then, thank you very much, Commissioner Stebbins. So right now we're left with one proposed additional condition from Commissioner Camargo. Are there any other additional conditions or requests for conditions at this point in time? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Standard Naturals LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Standard Naturals LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Potvin, The Botanist Incorporated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is The Botanist Incorporated. The proposed location is 1775 Lock Drive, located in Leominster. They are seeking a product manufacturing license. This application did receive general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have requests from Commissioner Camargo for an additional condition on this license. Actually, 2 additional conditions. First, resubmit positive impact plan to include more than just hiring under MGL Chapter 94G, Section 4 in Massachusetts. Second, resubmit positive impact plan to have no duplication error. And I'm sorry, I'm having a time.
Chairman?
You have the notes there. Could you read that to me, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Yes, I also want to make a correction. So in the document you have in front of you,
Yes.
I'm going to withdraw the A where it says resubmit positive
Okay.
to include more than hire. So please take that out.
I've taken that out. Go ahead.
And then the second one, resubmit the positive impact plan to not have duplication error. So I don't know, maybe where they were uploading it, but a section under administrative measurement area, there's a whole bunch of wording on top of it and we can't read the rest of it. Have them resubmit that with a clear copy so that we can actually read it.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. So we're only then talking about that one specific condition that you just went through. At this point in time, are there any other conditions requested on this application? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to The Botanist Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I let the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to The Botanist Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Commissioner Camargo, are you raising your hand?
No.
You're just holding your head, huh?
Yes, I'm holding my head up.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go next, Mr. Potvin. UMA Cultivation LLC, which is Tier 2 indoor cultivation. Its application was expedited based on statuses of women and minority-owned business. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here is UMA Cultivation LLC. The proposed location is 706 Petersham Road, located in Athol. They are seeking a Tier 2 indoor cultivation license. This application did in fact receive expedited review as it is a woman and minority-owned business. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Potvin. I have a request from Commissioners Concepcion and Camargo for additional conditions on this license. Application from Commissioner Camargo. Positive impact plan prior to license. Please clarify if there is a partnership they will develop with a local organization or higher education institute for the internship program. And from Commissioner Concepcion, prior to final licensure, applicant must provide commission with an updated positive impact plan that includes a goal other than giving, hiring, and internship preference to individuals from areas of disproportionate impact. So those are related but separate. So I think we want to consider both of those conditions, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other conditions requested at this point in time? Yeah. Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Uma Cultivation LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Uma Cultivation LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Concepcion by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, and none opposed. Mr. Potvin, are there any more applications for provisional licenses on the agenda right now?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Well, then I want to thank you both for your participation today, but even more so for the fine work of you and your staff, and the prodigious amount of work by you and your staff. I really can't tell you how grateful we are for the dedication that you and your staff shows, and I just think these meetings are a testimonial to the hard work of you and your group, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Camargo.
May I say a few words quickly before you go on to maybe a break?
I think my next action will be to suggest a break, so please go ahead.
So I just want to say quickly, and I want to make sure that it's publicly out there. I know that we had the bill hearing this week, and through the renewal readings and also through the provisional license readings, there are many entities who have said in writing that they are willing to donate to a social equity fund once it's open. So I just want to put that out there because it's nice to see it in writing that a lot of these licensees are willing to do that when that happens. I just wanted to say thank you. The other piece of it too is I've heard from many folks who have said they're looking for some kind of predictability when it comes to these conditions. I think as newly appointed commissioners, I think we could still say new, but maybe not. I think we're going through that, and specifically around the diversity guidelines. Right. I just want to give a quick update. There's been a lot of work done to the diversity guidelines that we are hoping to bring on the agenda in the next month or two. And I think you'll see a lot of clarity. I think a lot of creativity, but also a lot of ideas to help folks really understand what else can you do with these diversity plans and positive impact plans. I would also say, I also heard from a lot of folks after our last meeting that they didn't understand the conditions that we as commissioners put on their applications. So I just want to say, if you don't understand any condition that we put on your application, I know you're in communication with our staff, but feel free to reach out to us. And I think that we're trying to get better at communicating these conditions because it's important. So just wanted to say that, and thank you. I know it's been a long few hours.
No, thank you very much for that, and I'll take advantage of the opportunity, Commissioner Camargo, to thank you and Commissioner Stebbins for your leadership in working with a group of staff to develop diversity guidance. That I'm going to push back a little bit on you. You said it'll be on the agenda the next month or two. I'm gonna forget I heard the or two in your statement, but well, seriously.
Chairman, I will say, and you could absolutely always push back because I will as well, is that, and I'll just share with the public, we have now internally brought the diversity guidelines to our licensing staff. So we have, under Kyle's leadership and myself and Commissioner Stebbins, we had a focus group this week internally so that we can get input from the licensing staff. Once we've done that, we'll send it to legal. Once legal has looked at it, we will run it through communications, and then Matt Gincola, our Director of Government Affairs, will be reaching out to community members for feedback, and it'll be a few or some, I'm not sure yet, so that we can get feedback from the folks who are dealing with these diversity guidelines and plans every day. So there's a process. It hasn't just been like, we're creating these things out of nowhere. We're really hearing folks out, and we want to make sure that all that is incorporated and that we have an opportunity to run it through, through other folks. So, Chairman, that's why you hear me saying 1 or 2 months, but patience.
Okay.
Patience is a
I apologize for putting you on the spot. I really appreciate. I started this off by saying I appreciate the leadership that you and Commissioner Stebbins are showing here on this incredibly important topic, and I think it's absolutely important to do it right in terms of the process you were articulating. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, you were correct, Commissioner Camargo. I am quite eager for a break. We have a couple of agenda items left, so I think we're getting closer. But I could certainly use a break. It is 3:07. Can I propose we reconvene, take a recess now, and reconvene at 3:20? So 13 minutes from now. Is that all right with everybody? Great. So we are in recess until 3:20 p.m. Thanks, guys. Welcome back, Commissioner Stebbins. How you doing?
Good.
Commissioner Camargo, welcome back. Welcome back, Commissioner Concepcion. Okay, it's 3:20. I think I see all three commissioners. Mr. Executive Director, are you back with us?
I'm here.
Great, and I think we need Geneve for this part. Geneve, are you here?
I don't see her here, but I can probably pinch it if necessary.
Okay, well, I think just given how long this meeting has been going, let's get going, and hopefully Geneve will be able to join us shortly. Matt, can we get the next slide, please? Thank you. So as I mentioned, there are three topics for commission discussion and vote. The first is an update on microbial testing. Mr. Executive Director, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have in your materials essentially a cover memo that describes the process taken to date. You may recall that earlier this year we had a discussion about microbial testing in a petition that was submitted by a number of stakeholders, primarily with the context of outdoor cultivation and the specific microbes that they would seek limitations and identification of. Since that time, at that point, we identified our process that we'd like to take, which did involve and has involved convening a working group of stakeholders. As far as who those folks are, it's a combination of our growers, our indoor, outdoor cultivators, our independent testing labs. We did consult with the Department of Public Health as well as the Department of Agricultural Resources, and convened a number of conversations with all of those folks over the past few weeks and months. And what we've essentially come to a conclusion on is that we do need more time, and we'd like to be as complete as possible. There's general consensus that the Commission should not adopt two separate or distinct standards. So in other words, don't have one set of standard criteria for outdoor cultivators and another set of criteria for indoor cultivators. And the rationale there was that there should be a consistent theme and a consistent standard, and these plants and ultimately the products should have the confidence that they've been tested consistently across the board. There's also some similarities between the two types. Outdoor cultivators are obviously subject to the environment they're growing in, but a lot of our indoor cultivators are bringing in live soil that may include microbes that could be also identified in an outdoor context. And then lastly, the independent testing laboratories, when we spoke with them, this would represent a pretty significant change to them, and it could take up to a year for them to develop their appropriate methods and validation and then become accredited for those, for the detection of those contaminants. So all of this combined, I think, led us to believe and conclude that we do need more time. We bring in a consultant and an expert to advise us as well as any other stakeholders so we can reach a conclusion. So before you today, you don't have any recommendation on a policy change. I did want to brief you and through you, the public, on those discussions and identify that because we don't have a policy change, we are going to take some more time and hopefully bring in a consultant or someone to advise us further there. We do think the procurement process to bring in a consultant could range from 3 to 6 months, and then we'd want to engage them meaningfully in this process, which could take a number of months after that. And as I mentioned, any changes that are made and if adopted and agreed to by the commission would take the labs some time to implement. So a lot of work to be done. A lot of work has been done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. As Mr. Executive Director indicated, I do not believe there's any need for a commission vote on this at this point in time, since no recommendations are being made. This is more of an update, but I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if any of my fellow commissioners had any questions for Sean on the team or the team on this topic. I look forward to obviously down the road when the work is completed, getting into this in obviously much more substantive detail. I know it's an important issue to many of our farmers around the state, but are there questions for the executive director or the team on this topic at this point?
And Genevieve has joined us as well.
And I just want to recognize the leadership and hard work of Genevieve on this. This is, as I said, an important and complicated topic. So Genevieve, thank you very much for your leadership on this. Are there questions for the executive director or Genevieve at this point in time from my fellow commissioners? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, just a quick question, and thanks Genevieve and executive director for the update. First of all, great to hear that both indoor and outdoor cultivators were part of the group discussing the issue. Does the I don't want to call it a delay, but the additional time that we need to do our homework, does that negatively impact either one, indoor or outdoor cultivators in the meantime?
I'll certainly, and I'd encourage Genevieve if she has further thoughts here. It doesn't negatively impact in as much as the environment remains the same as it is and was the past growing season. The challenges remain though, as far as it is a difficult environment to grow in outdoors, just given the various risks of drift and other contaminants that may be in the soil, could be coming through the air. At the same time, some of the data represents to us that outdoor grows are not failing at a dramatic rate, but they're finding that their inventory on a wholesale market is used for things like extract and other components. So they're still meeting into the supply chain. And also, as I pointed out in our earlier discussion relative to the data slides, we still have just over, I think it's about 48 or so cultivators that have commenced their operation in Massachusetts. So there is a market for whatever a cultivator, indoor or outdoor, can put into the supply chain. So I don't think anyone's being adversely impacted. That's certainly my opinion. Others may disagree with that, but I do think there's the objective here of getting it right and making it consistent across the board is worth the time and energy versus rushing to a decision today. And I don't know, Genevieve, if you have anything to add to that as well. And she may have more perspective.
Genevieve?
Yes, I just had to unmute myself. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good afternoon, Sean. So I just wanted to add that just to support what Sean said, really conducting the further research will provide the results that will benefit the product testing process and just ensure that our products are adequately tested. So it is not a process that we should rush. And in the process of establishing this microbiological testing protocol, we have to keep in mind that over time, when we're addressing our thresholds and testing contaminant requirements, that organisms of interest change over time, and emerging pathogens that are encountered will come up and will need to be addressed. So having a protocol that is sustainable and robust requires additional appropriate scientific and technical attention, and require time to obtain all of those in support of making, an appropriate recommendation so that we can ensure public safety ultimately, because this is what the alternative procedure will impact.
Thank you, Genevieve. Other questions, Commissioner Stebbins, Concepcion, or Camargo?
I think allowing the time is fair.
Okay. Commissioner Concepcion? You said?
I'm here. I have no questions. but thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Stebbins, any additional questions?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To our Executive Director Engineer, thank you very much for your update, but thank you even more so for the work on this. And I know it's an important and complicated topic, and I support the decision to take our time and do it right. So I appreciate your leadership on that, and so I'm looking forward to your recommendations at the appropriate point down the road. Thank you, Genevieve.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. So the next topic is guidance on licensure. This is a product, and I'll let the Executive Director give kudos as appropriate to the staff that worked on this, but a lot of staff did work on this, reflecting our updated regulations. And this is something that's been in circulation with the Commission for a while now. I'm hopeful that each of my fellow commissioners have had an opportunity to digest the information in this guidance document, as well as to reach out with questions to the appropriate staff members. So I am going to propose, after giving an opportunity for questions, I am going to propose a motion and a vote on this guidance. But first, let me ask Mr. Executive Director, do you have any opening comments before we open it for questions from my fellow commissioners?
Just to take advantage, as you offer to identify a not specific staff, but really an entire cohort of staff that frankly built this guidance during the last regulatory round. As you may recall, Mr. Chairman, this is a process that took many different guidance documents and merged them into one to make what is now a master license guidance. And therefore it is dense, it is voluminous, but at the same time, I think it's complete and really serves as a great resource for anybody that is either in the licensing process and filling out an application, or might also be interested in exploring what it would take to secure a license. And also, as we begin to bring additional guidance documents into the picture, to Commissioner Camargo's point, a diversity guidance, these things can be added to the licensing guidance as attachments or exhibits or things that might be additional resources. But really just an agency-wide effort to make this as complete and as navigable as possible too. That there's a lot of legalese in the regulations appropriately, but this really tries to make it accessible and approachable from a what do you need to do and what do you need to know standpoint. So the updates that you have before you are based on the most recent round of regulations, and so they largely are updates, including adding things like the various delivery licenses, etc. So not a lot of substantive changes, really just making sure it's updated with the most recent regulatory round. So obviously Kyle and I are here for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Are there questions for Mr. Executive Director or our Director of Licensing? Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, kudos to the Executive Director, kudos to Director Potvin. It's a good document. I would almost suggest it should be part of onboarding any new staff and likely a new colleague because it's very thorough about the process. The one suggestion or question or potential small addition I would suggest or offer up for conversation is, and we've had some discussion about it today, is on page 26 where we talk about positive impact plans. Just trying to pull it up, but can't seem to get into my board book right now. Under positive impact plans, I want to say it's the second sentence in the paragraph. It starts off with the plans. Should we make note or offer just a small edit that might read separate and distinct from a diversity plan? I still think for our licensees, there's still some concern or confusion or interest around making sure that those are two separate and distinct pieces of an application. I know obviously further down in the guidance you get to diversity plans, but just making that small editorial change to remind folks that those are two different documents.
Go ahead, either the executive director or the director of IC, any comments on that? My perspective is like, I would hope that would have been unnecessary, but I can't see how it hurts to add that.
Same.
I would concur, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a reasonable addition that can be easily made before posting.
Okay. Any comments on that, Kyle?
I also agree with the executive director.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Camargo, Commissioner Concepcion? Okay. What I'd like to do with the forbearance of my fellow commissioners is I would like to propose motion language here, so I will make the motion and then ask for a second. And the motion that I'd like to make is I move to approve the guidance on licensure with the edits suggested by Commissioner Stebbins and allow the executive director and his delegates to finalize the guidance, to make any further change consistent with commission's deliberations and votes and the commissioner's governing laws and regulations, and to take any additional steps necessary to post the guidance on the commission's website for public viewing. So I make that motion. Could I ask for a second, please, on that motion?
Second.
I'll let the record show that Chairman Hoffman made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, I let the record show that the commission approved the motion by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Again, thank you, Sean. Thank you, Kyle, and thank you to all the staff involved in this. I think it's a gigantic step forward, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Executive Director, on this topic, is there anything else that you need from the commission?
No, we are all set. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and last item on the agenda is Executive Director compensation. And once again, I'm going to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss that. Before I do so, I just want to make a couple of comments. One is that, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, which seems like days ago, we will have the discussion in executive session, but then reconvene in public session to take a vote. The participants in the executive session, in addition to the commissioners, will be General Counsel, our Chief Operational Officer, our Associate Enforcement Counsel for the purposes of taking minutes and recording the session. Sean will not participate in the beginning of the session, but once we have had an opportunity to discuss the matter amongst the 4 commissioners, I will invite Sean to join the session. So Sean, I will have somebody text you at the appropriate time, and I'd appreciate if you join the session at that point in time. Once I ask for a vote, I'm going to ask for 2 things. One is your vote, aye or in favor or opposed. But at the same time that you vote, I need to ask you, since we are meeting virtually, I will need to ask you to state on the record that no other person is present or able to hear the communication deliberations wherever you are right now. So I apologize for that, but that's a requirement since we are meeting virtually. Any questions before I'll make a motion and ask for a vote? Okay, then let me read the proposed motion language, and I will make this motion. I move under Open Meeting Law, General Ledger, Chapter 30A, Section 21, A2 and A7, and the Public Record Laws, GL, Chapter 66, and the exemptions set forth in GL, Chapter 4, Section 7, 26C, that the Commission enter into executive session to prepare for and negotiate the terms and conditions of the executive director's employment. Could I have a second to that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Chairman Hoffman made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Again, when I ask for a vote, I will ask for both your vote as well as affirmation that you are in a place where no unauthorized persons can overhear your conversation. So Commissioner Camargo, your vote and your assertion, please.
and I am home alone and no one can hear my conversation.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Concepcion. You're on mute, I think.
There we go. I am also alone by myself where no one can hear my conversation.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
And I am also in a place that no one else is here and no one else can overhear my conversations.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. And I am in a location that no other person is present or able to hear commission deliberations. We are in executive session. Each of the commissioners and the staff that is joining us needs to exit this meeting and enter the executive session meeting, which should be on each of your calendars. And then again, we will reconvene after executive session back into public session. So please, let's get into executive session as quickly as we can, because I know this has been a long day for everybody. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Camargo, I see you. Commissioner Stebbins, or Commissioner Concepcion, I see you. There's Commissioner Camargo. Matt, are we back? Thank you. We are reconvening in public session at 4:28 p.m. I would like to make a motion, please, and ask for a second and a vote. If you'll give me 1 second. I move to postpone the question relating to the executive director's compensation until the next meeting. Can I please have a second of that motion, please?
Second.
That was Commissioner Concepcion.
Yes.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Chairman Hoffman, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the motion was approved by the commission by a vote of 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next slide, please, Matt. Our next public meeting is Thursday, July 15th at 10 a.m. And it is currently scheduled to be remote as this one is, and we will update if that changes. But right now, the intention is to continue, given the legislation that the governor signed yesterday morning. Our intention is to continue to meet remotely, at least through our next public meeting. That being said, there is no further business in front of the commission, so I'd like to ask, please, for a motion to adjourn. May I have such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second?
Second.
Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission voted to adjourn by 4 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. We are adjourned at 4:30 p.m. My thanks to all of the staff for their hard work in preparing for this and their participation. My thanks to my fellow commissioners for what I thought was an incredibly productive meeting. Thanks, of course, to the executive director for his leadership, and to everybody. I wish you a happy Juneteenth, and to our staff a well-deserved 3-day weekend. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, everybody.